We're trying to do a show.
Oh, jeez.
Jazz, pipe down. We're live on YouTube.
They can hear you, Jazz. No, she's on the phone.
She's like, I'm paying the bills. You lucky you still sleeping here.
She's like, I'm not hearing anything you got to say, sir.
You got $5,000 shoes, fam. Like you. If I want to talk loud, I'm gonna talk loud. What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Watched a good amount of college basketball yesterday. Good stuff. I'm
sure you did.
I
did watch a little Duke, Kentucky. I did. Or is that who it was?
Duke, Kentucky. That young boy they got at Duke, man. I don't want to put too much on him. I don't want to say too much.
He could be the next Marvin Beck. Oh.
I got Melo vibes watching him play. Melo at Syracuse vibes. I saw some highlights from him. I didn't watch this game, but saw some highlights. But I don't even know how to pronounce because he wasn't even on my radar. Oh boy, from Duke. I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but just the way he had that mid-range going and he had a little, I seen him hit the little dream shake fadeaway. I was getting Melo vibes at Syracuse.
Oh boy.
Yeah. John, I watched the first half of that game. They were up by 29-30. I didn't watch the second half. I watched Sac State.
Okay.
Sac State. They beat up on William Jessup. They were on the plus.
I think that's Matt George's school, isn't it?
He went to Sac State?
No. I think he said he went to William Jessup.
Yeah, he did say he went to William Jessup. Yeah, I used to beat up on William Jessup.
Which is the most Matt George thing ever.
They were in our league
school out here in
For
Rockland.
1 year.
You got a projector, don't you? Don't you have a projector with the kids?
Yeah. We got the projector and the inflatable screen.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it was. Huh.
John, UCLA got a little test on Saturday. I think they play Villanova. Oh, baby.
That's a hell of a test right out the gate.
That's 2 versus 4. Villanova's 4. UCLA 2. They got some good games coming on. Gonzaga plays Texas on Saturday night. That's going to be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do a lot with the non-conference. Although I'm a little tired of seeing the Duke, Michigan State, Kansas, Kentucky quadrant. I know they signed up for that, and I guess they do great numbers when they do it. But I don't like watching Kansas or Michigan State play basketball.
Michigan State's it's time.
Take them out to pasture.
Yeah, it's time. Like, come on, man. We good. Keep it moving.
David keeps talking about he's going to that Gonzaga game. That has to be 2 months away.
Well, he's excited about going. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday, November 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are so happy that you are here with us on a game day, baby. James Ham going to join us today, 3 o'clock hour. Kyle Draper going to join us today.
Drapes.
1 o'clock. He warming up that wine, baby. Getting ready. He got that wine in the microwave. He ready to ride. He's heating up.
Who was that again?
Who was he? Who was he talking about?
Man, yeah.
I feel like he was talking about Harrison, but I just remember saying he's heating up, and then he paused. Like a fine wine. What?
I think it was a home game. I think it was the Warriors game.
I think he was saying two different things. We've got to get to the bottom of this. I believe he was saying two different things. It's just maybe there wasn't a long enough pause in between the two, or not a thought in the middle that made it sound like he's heating up like a fine wine.
Right.
Man, that is because if that's the thing, I need to know. To be honest with you,
he accurately did that. He gave the pause to kind of end the thought of he's heating up.
That's what I mean.
And then he started the new one.
That's what I mean.
He did it correctly.
Yeah.
We just ran with it.
Just all out from a listener's perspective, all you heard was he's heating up like a fine wine. We'll talk to Drapes. We'll get it all ironed out. The warm wine controversy. We'll get it all ironed out here today when he joins us.
I'm a little tired, Damien. I'm a little tired. I was up to about 2:00 watching different college basketball games last night.
Are you gonna do this all year? Is this how it's gonna be? You gonna come into the show college basketball hungover?
Probably. I got a system though. Sometimes like if the games cross over each other, like last night, Duke, Kentucky, their second half kind of ran into the first half of UCLA, Bakersfield. And I watched that. Usually on the little bottom line, they show the score UCLA. So there's no need for me to go and watch the first half. So I'll just pick it up when I watch it on the DVR from the moment that the Kentucky Duke game finished. It's a system, man. It's a system.
This is why your family hates you. This is why right here is because you do stuff like this. One day in, how many college basketball games are on the DVR right now?
Well, I deleted them.
You deleted the old ones.
There was 3, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was 3.
You had basketball. You had Mountain West games on from like 4 years ago.
No, I got rid of those.
Okay.
When the season was done. But I have some EYBL games on the DVR though.
Okay.
I got the EYBL joints on there, man. I got to see what the young boys is doing. I will say this though. Something came to mind yesterday watching college basketball. And shout out to Sharon Baltimore. Big ups. Much love always.
She says she is in fact your family and they do love you.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Most of the time.
And shout out to Cheryl because in my fantasy football league that I'm in with her, if there's guys that are inactive that I haven't checked, she texts me and she says, "Yo, fix your lineup."
Come on, fam, do better. You're legitimately screwing it up for everybody. Come on, man.
The last 2 weeks ago, cousin Lance, he was like, "Yo, Kenny has a guy in his starting lineup that isn't in the league right now. What's going on?"
Kenny had Cap at quarterback, trying to get them points.
But I'm watching college basketball. And, we talk about Imani Bates, and I don't want to mess up the young man's name at Duke, who was giving me Melo with Syracuse vibes yesterday, but he was looking fantastic. And I'm sure I'll know his name and be able to pronounce it the right way very, very soon. But I was watching these games, right? Even Johnny Juzang at UCLA. For the first time in years, Damien, and maybe I'm alone here, I didn't think anything about the Kings watching these games.
Like who's gonna I got you. Okay.
Man, I tank for this guy, or man, if they get low enough, they might be able to get this dude.
Yeah.
Didn't cross my mind at all.
Okay. Progress, baby.
Time
okay.
In years. Now that doesn't mean they can't be in the lottery. That doesn't mean that they won't.
They ain't gonna be in the lottery.
Anything like that.
Ain't gonna be in the lottery.
I'd like to know if other people. And we have a lot of guys out here like Bryant West, Brendan Nunez, who watch college basketball recently, specifically. Well, they love the game, but also because they want to see some of these prospects for the Kings. I wonder if they felt the same way. I was the first time in a while I haven't watched the college basketball season and thought about what does this mean for the Kings.
I'm not sure how many people were glued to the television yesterday watching college basketball in the way that you were.
It was pretty hot. It was hot. It was hot out there. My timeline was buzzing.
Okay. Once again, welcome in here to the show.
Real quick, what did you think about your boy, Coach K? Did you see his little ceremony he got?
I did. Yeah, dude. Are we doing this all
Every
year?
game,
Like, come on, man. Like
every road game for sure. Every neutral site game, every time.
I'm already ready for this to be over. Like,
I thought about you when I saw.
Like, look, come on, man. Like, let's just get this circus over and be done with it. Like, he's a legend. He deserves all the accolades. And no matter what anyone says, and God bless him, when you announce your retirement, when you announce this is going to be my last year, and again, he has earned this right as Coach K.
Legend.
You're only doing it for this. You can pretend you don't like it, and you can hem and haw, and I don't want to make a big fuss. No, the reason you announced it the year before is so you can have the big fuss. You want the school to be able to send you off. You want all of your opponents and all of your rivals and all of your contemporaries to be able to show you love. And every time you go, oh, God, we're just focused on basketball. No, you're not. This entire season is about Coach K. Again, that's okay. He has earned the right.
Yeah.
But don't say otherwise. Don't make it out to be anything other than this year is one big farewell tour to you. It's one big retirement ceremony for you and you alone.
When they brought that man out at halftime at Kansas and Michigan State, I was like, boy, I wonder if Davions sees this.
It's what, again, you know what it is. Like, it's, and hey, when you're the man, you get to do that. So just know, if you sitting down to watch Duke basketball, you're gonna get 55 minutes of pomp and circumstance before the game, middle of the game, after the game, all of that stuff.
Man, it was a packed house at the Garden last night too. A lot of the ball players, a lot of the former alum for both teams. It was a packed house. It had me thinking, because I know it was
Coach K.
Well, I know
I'm serious. They was there to see Coach K.
I know it was 12 noon when this game came on, but it was a stark contrast to what was going on at like Washington State. Like, I feel like and there's still restrictions and stuff like that, but I feel like the West Coast,
suggesting Madison Square Garden and Washington State are different?
Well, yeah, but look, even I saw some of South Carolina versus NC State, the women's.
Okay. Oh,
packed.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like they're ready on the East Coast and in the South.
Well, I think that's regional. I think so. I don't think it's necessary. You pointed at like South Carolina, the women. That's very specific. There's a handful of schools that you could say that about. Duke's probably one that you could say that about. Connecticut's one that you could say that about.
Ohio State men's basketball going up against Akron. That was, I mean, it seemed like literally everywhere. Wichita State had a buzzer beater where, oh my God, another logo 3 for the win. You know, I just
saw that.
Oh my God, it was a great shot, but the coach in me, I just get frustrated.
Not only was it a logo 3 for the win, it wasn't like he caught it, had to turn and heave it. No, he was dribbling the ball like he knew
the ball with 20 seconds left and dribbled it down.
I'm shooting the ball. You know what I want? You know what would make life wonderful? Someone pulls up from that and yells, "Buddy!" Got him. I want Buddy to be synonymous. I know it's Dame. I feel like it's logo Lillard. I want Buddy to be synonymous with that.
Yeah, man. So, but I just said, and
Buddy Buckets.
They chanted that on Friday.
Yes, I did know that.
Total one crowd, Buddy Buckets. But it's not. I'm not putting down any region or anything like that. It just was noticeable to me that these East Coast games, full house. West Coast games,
a little different.
Yeah, a little different. Sac State had a nice crowd last night.
They did. I got to get out to see them, man.
I do too, man.
I gotta get out to see him.
Shout out to my man Zach Chappelle. You know, his dad coached me in high school, and his uncle is where I get continuity from.
There you go. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Uncle Mike Chappelle was the one who used to say continuity.
The Sacramento Kings are on the road. They hit the road for the beginning of a 4-game road trip tonight. Actually, I guess I don't know. It's this evening. It's because it's not tonight. It's like 5:30. So I don't know what's 5:30 for, because it's not really afternoon.
It's evening.
It's dark.
Yeah.
It's dark as hell now. So
Yeah.
it's like, it begins this evening at 5:30. The Kings' next 4 opponents, and we've talked about this, and we'll talk about it some more. We'll talk about it with Kyle Draper, James Ham as well today. But we talked about the importance of this road trip. And it's not because, they're going to be tested. It's not because, it's late in the season. No, it's because their next 4 opponents are a combined 17 games under 500. 4 opponents, 17 games under 500. And to be full disclosure, full context, 7 of those under 500 games belong to Detroit. Is Detroit sitting on like 1-8 right now?
Jeez.
But that's the Kings' schedule coming up, man. They're playing teams that are well under 500, and I honestly do think, I hope to be proven wrong. I hope the Kings are able to do some good things tonight. But looking into them a little bit, getting our keys to the game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage, ready for later on in the show. I mean, San Antonio record-wise isn't good, but I think they're going to create some problems for the Kings tonight.
As much as I think San Antonio's finished as a playoff team, I mean, there's always a level of respect that you have going up against a team coached by Greg Popovich who has that culture. They do have good ball players. DeJounte Murray, I like him as a ball player. You guys know how I feel about Lonnie Walker. They've got some good ball players for sure. And it's always a test of your focus and your mental when you're going up against San Antonio. I look at going up against the Spurs, and if once again Kings play their A game, Spurs play their A game, the Kings should win. But if you're not focused, if you're not locked in, the Spurs feel like they're never going to be lower than a B. You know what I mean? So if you're not at a B plus or above, you can easily get beat by the Spurs. That's just the reverence that I have for these teams that are coached by Coach Pop. They always seem ready to go.
We'll talk more about the Spurs. We'll talk more about the game. We'll talk more about this road trip.
I got a question for you and everybody about this road trip when we come back.
All right, let's do that. And I mentioned Kyle Draper at 1.
Kyle Draper at 1. Drapes.
I mentioned James Ham at 3.
James at 3.
Did I mention Kings tickets at 2?
No.
Got Kings tickets at 2:00. Yeah, we've got you covered, man. Hang out. We're with you for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC, we're just getting started on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. John Bull, EYBL is Reggae and said it pretty much, but it's basically the best AAU programs sponsored by Nike, and they create a league over the course of the summer, and they play like 1 or 2 tournaments a month, and they keep a standings and all this other stuff, and then they play in a championship at the like Memorial Day weekend or something like that. There's another type of thing like that with like Adidas. They have their own version of the EYBL. I think they're the Adidas Nations. I think that's the name of their tournament, or I can't remember if that's the tournament or the combine, but the EYBL is awesome. When I used to work at that facility in LA, that's how I got kind of introduced to it. They would do one of the legs of the season was at that facility. And that was big time, man. That was some good stuff. I remember the big attraction then was Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers came, and that's when he was in his high school glory. He was crazy too. Like Austin was crazy out there. So EYBL. Anytime I get a chance to watch the EYBL, man, I check that out.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. See y'all on them thumbs up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, they got some good ball players. I know for sure that what's my man that went to Josh Jackson? He played for Prolific Prep. I think Jalen Green might have played for them a little bit. It gets a little wonky with the prep schools and stuff. Yeah. It's a good time of year. My family really gonna hate me because I gotta get to some of these games this basketball season now that we can be back in there. So I gotta go to, I still gotta go to the NBA, but I gotta go to Sac State. I gotta go to UOP. I gotta go to some of these junior college games. I gotta go to the high school games. Like it's just, I'm gonna be homeless.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out whether I go Friday to Toronto because I don't want to go to both. So I'm trying to figure out whether I think I'll go Friday to Toronto because I can kind of hang out on that game.
Yeah.
And then be home Saturday and watch.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go Friday Toronto too because Saturday is a lot going on for Reese. There's a big fight that night as well. So
Sixers are in here Monday though.
I might have to slide Philly.
I'd have to go see that.
Philly. Although everybody's beat up right now for Philly.
Man, we're approaching
out Embiid, Tobias, and
they still fought last night.
Yeah. They need to continue those issues for another week or two. Mm-hmm. They'll be fine in the long run. Make sure everybody is healthy.
Man, we're approaching Thanksgiving break quick. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Best high school programs this year in the Sac area. I got to do a little research. I know my man, shout out to my man, Coach McCall, Coach Sid over at Sac High. Sac High has this point guard. It's a sophomore that is a problem. Oh, he's D1. He's D1.
Okay.
He's D1. He's a
y'all
problem.
hit the thumbs up, man. I know everybody's kind of filtering in. We get ready to come back. Can y'all hit the thumbs up for us? See y'all voting on the poll here, but can you hit the thumbs up, man? We appreciate it. Appreciate it. You know it's important. Yes, sir, Steven. It's game night, baby. Game night. Boom, boom.
Always a good night for the game night.
Yes, indeed.
That would be crazy.
5:30. I could watch, work, and watch Power.
We on the East Coast. Oh boy, this time tomorrow when this beat drops, I hope we got something. I hope we got something.
I've never wanted Drake bars more. Never wanted. I didn't know how much I needed Drake bars until I didn't have them. Because they played Sunday and lost, so we had to do Monday show, off of L. Then they played Monday, and then we had to do Tuesday show off of L. And it's kind of like, all right, okay, I'm on board. If the Drake bars is the trade off, I'll take it.
Yeah, we need more bars. We need more Drake bars. And I'll have the instrumental queued up on the soundboard so the people in the stream can hear it too, and it could just vibe with the beat, and Kings will win, and it's just gonna be glorious.
Yeah, it's not the word I would use, but I'll take it. Like, because I definitely I need the W. We asked you over there. No word on if there's a Drake Bars channel yet on the Odyssey app, but there are hundreds of new exclusive stations available now on the Odyssey app for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and one of my favorites, Coke Zero Sugar. Actually, that's only kind of true. I keep Coke Zero in the house for other people.
I'm thinking about having Coke Zero. I don't plan on having it either.
We've been over this. I only have soda in the house when people are coming over or have been over. And then if they leave and it's still here, I just feel the need to drink it as quickly as possible.
You know what's
very similar to snacks. If I have snacks in the house for people and they're like, well, got to get them out of the house. So
you know what's hot right now in the Caraway household, as Reese would say, was bussin', is Izzy's. You ever had the Izzy's?
No.
It's like,
is that a drink? Is that carbonated drink?
Yeah.
Okay.
Things go pretty hard. Izzy's pretty good.
I'm
but no sodas right now. Like I'm like you. We talked about this. I don't buy sodas when nothing's going on. Mm-hmm. And when something is going on, I just drink all the sodas.
Drink them all up. Yeah. We asked you over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, who's going to be the Kings' leading scorer tonight. 43% of the voters say Harrison Barnes. with De'Aaron Fox bringing in 34% of the vote, followed by Buddy Hield and Rashawn Holmes following that. So cast your vote for the Kings leading scorer over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as everybody makes their way into the stream right now. Got a busy day ahead with Kyle Draper joining us at 1, James Ham joining us at 3, and we're giving away Kings tickets right in the middle of that at 2.
Wow.
You said you had something about this road trip you wanted to dive into.
Yeah, I just had a question for you, Damien, for everybody out there listening, just trying to get a pulse. What's the worst record you would be okay with on this 4-game losing streak?
3-1.
So 2-2 is
not a good road trip.
2-2, 500.
For those who are just tuning in, the Sacramento Kings' next 4 opponents are a combined 17 games under 500. No, 500 on this road trip is not good enough. 3-1 is the minimum. And let's bring full context to this story. They play today, and then today's Wednesday, and then they play Friday. They're off Saturday and Sunday. There's no back-to-backs here. There's no, this is a difficult travel. No, they're going to be sitting in Detroit for 2 freaking days. Then they're going to go from Detroit to Minnesota. It's not a tough ride right there.
No,
I'm not discounting getting on a plane. I'm not discounting travel. I'm not discounting that stuff. But there have been far more difficult trips than this one. And the way that this one is spaced out, I'm sure from a social perspective, from a travel perspective, maybe they don't necessarily love it, having to spend 2 days in Detroit. But from a game perspective, KC 2-2 isn't good enough on this trip.
I'll tell you this. If they went 0-4 or 1-3, I'd come in here after that game against Minnesota. I'd be like, it was an epic failure. This road trip was a failure. I got to be honest with you. I don't want it. I would not say that road trip was a failure if it was 2-2. You would say it's a failure if they went 2-2.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because you 2-2, you 500, you 500, right, on that road trip. But that means you're coming back on this road trip again, and I'm going to repeat this 1,000 times. These 4 teams are 17 games under 500 combined. That means you come back from this 4-game road trip against those 4 teams, and you're still under 500. You're still a game under 500. That's not 3-1 bare minimum.
Okay. I didn't have any specific answer I was looking for. I just wanted to get a feel of the pulse. What people are saying. I think a lot of people are in the same boat as you. They're like 3-1. I've seen a lot of anything less than 3-1 is unacceptable. Stephen Brown says 3-1.
It's got to be.
Miss P says I want 4-0, but I'll take 3-1. Anything
she's
below
3-1.
It's SMH.
Dr. David 3-1.
All right.
It's not. Hey, what do you always say, partner? That's an NBA team too. Those are NBA players. They're trying to get the ship right. I don't know what type of team we're gonna see when they play the Timberwolves. Timberwolves have been. We've seen a couple of different versions of the Timberwolves already in this 11-game season, or however many games the Timberwolves have played. Detroit's not good.
No,
they're not 1-8 by accident. Like they're not good.
Right.
Tonight's game, I'm be a little uptight watching because I think San Antonio is going to create some problem for a team that's 4 games under 500. I think they're 3-7. For a team that's 4 games under 500, they're not bad defensively.
No,
like they're they're certainly better than the Kings are defensively, but they're upper half of the league in terms of defense, which is kind of a pop trademark. That's a staple.
They're going to defend.
That's like they're going to work, right? But they're 4 games under 500. You look like maybe that doesn't add up. They're going to create some problems on the defensive end for the Kings tonight.
Let me ask you.
Which is why I'm a little anxious about that one more than the other ones.
Let me ask you something else because Patrick brings up another alternative question. What if Tyrese plays in none of the 4 games?
Oh man, great question. Great question. No. Great question.
Without Tyrese, they should still go 3-1.
Yes. And if not, then we're going to revisit the conversation we had yesterday about Tyrese being the Kenny Caraway straw that stirs the drink. Because if you can't do better than 2-2 on this road trip, with all due respect to the 4 teams on this road trip, without Tyrese Halliburton, and by the way, that's purely speculation. We have no idea. We'll find out later today with everybody else.
He's questionable today. He's questionable as of right now.
He's probably going to be questionable moving forward unless they find something in an image where it's like, oh, wait a minute, you're out for a while, and I don't think you're going to see that because it doesn't appear that he hurt something. It appears that he woke up not feeling great.
Kyle Shanahan,
not feeling great.
Kyle Shanahan, Keith Olbermann, are we all questionable? We're all day to day, as Keith Olbermann once said.
What's that got to do with Kyle Shanahan?
Because he said we don't even know if we'll be here on Sunday.
Oh, that's true. That's true. We don't even know if we're going to make it to the end of the 4-game road trip. That's fine. That's a solid point. But
for the record, I think I wouldn't call 2-2 a failure, but I'm expecting 3-1. I wouldn't call it a failure, but 3-1 is what
what is a failure?
Is what I'm expecting.
This conversation. We are setting ourselves up for failure. We are setting ourselves up for disappointment.
How? Because we say they should.
They don't get the job done. It's going to sting that much more. See, this is
get the job done.
This is the anxiousness that I was talking about yesterday. When you look at that game against Phoenix, specifically when you look at the third quarter. Hell, when you look at the third quarter and the fourth quarter, that second half, we've seen that movie before. The first half of the game, which no one remembers, understandably so. No one remembers the first half of the game. That was the season. Like that was hey, competitive. They're working. They're fighting. All good. Not the best start, but not the worst. They kept themselves in the game, and you're in a good spot at halftime. The second half, that was memories of Kings years past. And you can pick a year. You could pick a year. You could pick a coach. You could pick a star player and a supporting cast. We've seen that movie before, from the big deficit all the way to the big comeback to fall short. That's why Kings fans can't settle in. That's why every time we say, yo, I'm telling you, we think this team is different. Oh, no, they're not. It's the same team, same players. They signed Mo Harkless. No, same team. No, and again, why I get it. Watching that game on Monday night, I get it. I get why people feel that way, because there's been just enough to go, man, this is the same squad. They've played well, but you still see enough tendencies where it's like, that's last year's team. That's the year before's team. That's the 2015 team again. It's the 2016 team again. I get it. I get why people feel that way.
I think they should be 3-1 on this trip.
I think so too. I'm not
going to let them off the hook. I'm not even going to be afraid to have this conversation.
Oh, we ain't afraid to have.
This is a conversation that needs to be had. They need expectations.
No conversation.
If I'm sitting here and I'm talking about, De'Aaron plays well, they could, be, a legit playoff team, not just a playing team. And, I'm getting on De'Aaron's head, when he's not playing well. I need to have the same energy and the same expectations for this squad in general. They're good enough, in my opinion, for me to expect them to do no worse than 3-1 on this road trip.
And I appreciate that. And I also believe that De'Aaron could play like ass, and this team should still win 3 games.
Yeah, I don't care how it gets done. I really don't give a damn. They could bring Metsu out there and he averaged 25 for the 4 games.
Capable.
I don't really give a damn.
Capable.
I just need, at the end of the day, when they come home after playing Minnesota, well, at the very least, 3-1 on a 4-game road trip. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's all I need. That's all I need. One thing I am going to do here, Damian.
You want to?
No, go ahead. What you got?
You said 3-1. You know who I would take the 1 loss against, believe it or not?
Detroit.
Absolutely. If you're going to lose 1 game, lose to Detroit.
You got to get the other boys out the way.
Yeah,
man.
That's it. That's it. You got an opportunity. Go ahead and take it.
It's all lined up right now.
I'll take Detroit loose. I'll take Detroit beating the Kings if I have. If you tell me right now today, I'm gonna give you a 3-1 road trip. Cool. Let Detroit be the one.
It's all lined up right now because, really, to be honest with you, I know people have reverence for these other teams. I'm not worried about Houston, the Pelicans, the Thunder, and the Spurs.
Yeah.
The team that I'm really looking at, like, keep these guys away from us, is the Timberwolves. Timberwolves currently, they've lost 5 in a row, I think. And, I peeked at that schedule. It could be tough early for these boys. Like, you can get them out of the paint and start having them doubt themselves and, internal issues and stuff like that. You could make that happen by Christmas time with this schedule that's coming up. And you could help with a win on, what was that, Monday in Minnesota. And if you do that, like, if you look at the standings right now, this is pretty much how it should be. I don't expect, and I don't think anybody below 10 should creep up into that 10 situation. I think the top 10 teams in the West should stay like this for the year, and they just kind of maneuver where they're seated. That's what I think should happen. And you, if you're the Kings, have to do your part to make sure you add to that reality.
Detroit's Monday, Wolves are Wednesday.
Damn, they're gone for a long time.
Yeah, they go, and then they're back with a back-to-back on Friday and Saturday. We've got your tickets to the game on Saturday against Utah coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. I think the Pelicans it might slip away for the Pelicans. They might fall into the Oklahoma City, Houston category. I understand your point about San Antonio. I just can't quite envision it, even at 4 games under 500 right now. I feel like they'll be lingering around with a month left. I think they'll be lingering around. And I feel like Minnesota, unless Minnesota legitimately implodes, like they're at each other's necks by Christmas time, I think they're going to linger around too.
I like Minnesota's talent more than most, but that schedule, they don't have no road trip like the Kings have right now on their schedule.
Take advantage, man. Take advantage. 3-1 they started the season, and as you noted, they've lost the last 5 in a row. By the way, shout out to the Kings Herald. I saw this live. We talked about it extensively yesterday. The final play in the Phoenix game, the inbound play from De'Aaron to Metu.
Yeah,
and on TV, you were there, so I don't know if you ever went back and watched it on TV. You see what happens, and it's clear. Like, you see it open, overshot him, the whole thing. The Kings Herald has a view shot from the media section. And there's 2 things you notice right away. Chimezie is wide open. And the other thing you notice that, and obviously you could see that on the TV screen. The thing that I didn't notice on the TV screen is De'Aaron, the second the ball leaves his hands, De'Aaron knew he messed up. Like, he knew it was wrong. He does the throw, and you can immediately see him do like the, oh no, like you see his physical reaction immediately the second the ball leaves his hands as Metu continues to come forward. But if you haven't seen the media shot angle, again, I understand you see it on TV.
Right.
There is nobody in Chimezie Metu's distance at all. A crisp pass, it's a 1-point game.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's a 3-point game at that time. It's a 1-point game.
Yep. So a couple of things with that play, and everything that you said is 100% correct. I think De'Aaron, as soon as De'Aaron passes the ball, he sees him late, and maybe if you have it pulled up, I forgot who was guarding the inbounds on that play. I thought they did a pretty good job of kind of taking away certain angles for De'Aaron. De'Aaron also it wasn't
Chris.
JaVale, was it? So it was Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chris did a good job of taking angles away there. But one of the things with De'Aaron is, and this is what he was telling Metu afterwards, as soon as he passes the ball, as soon as he makes the pass, he's passing it to Metu under the basket.
Yep.
And as soon as he lets go, Metu leaves from under the basket and comes forward.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of what De'Aaron's like, no, don't leave. And the ball goes where he thought he was going to be. So a couple of things there. Like I said, Metu was supposed to stay there. If he was the first pass or the first option, I don't know why De'Aaron was looking away from him when that should have been where he's at. Maybe he's trying to deceive the defense.
I don't think he was. Like I think he's waiting for him to get a look how open he is. He's like we're showing the video on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. For those watching, here's Metu right there, just all alone. There's the closest. Look at where Devin Booker's at the free throw line.
Yeah,
that's the closest to where someone is. And Chimezi's up there like, oh my God, look how open I am.
And there's Chris, even though he's not looking at De'Aaron right now, he's in the lane. Like he's in that.
Oh, man. And so, oh God, I think you brought this up yesterday.
Should have stayed.
I think you brought this up yesterday. It was a timing route, right? Like if this was the NFL, it was a timing route. And Chimezi just, De'Aaron didn't throw the ball at that exact second, and because he didn't, Metu thought he had to adjust when he didn't.
Right. Metu should have stayed.
That loss,
I understand what De'Aaron's saying there.
That loss became more painful after I saw this.
Metu got to bring that in though too.
He's got to. Well,
yeah, you got to catch that ball. It's not easy. I absolutely understand. It's not an easy play to make, but you got to just secure the ball there.
And man, it's just Chris right there. It's just Chris. Is that Harrison? Now this is a Pruder film. Oh man,
Harrison's on the opposite side.
That's
of the court.
tough.
And I think that was Damon Jones.
So that's Davey. Oh, okay.
Damon Jones and Buddy closest to De'Aaron.
Okay. Oh, that is Buddy. Yeah, my bad. Oh yeah, because Buddy was the one who picked it up and.
Well,
made a frustrating loss more frustrating after watching that the second time. But shout out to the Kings Herald. Again, if you're not watching the live stream, it's a really good shot of that final play. I'd call this the all 22. This is the all 22 of the final play right here, where you just kind of see everything. And oh man, that's tough.
Yeah, tough break, Tough break. The goal tonight. And moving forward is just don't be in those situations.
That's it.
Let's get a nice little 8, 9, 10-point lead here with under a minute to go and just ride that thing out.
I'm all for it.
With 7 seconds to go. Have a 10-point lead with 7 seconds to go. How about that?
Yeah, I'll take it. You know what? I don't care. Just win the freaking game. If you gotta run that exact scenario over again, but you actually find Metu. And again, that's not the win. It extends. It's not even the lead or the tie. It just extends the game. Like you're down 1, you go to the foul line. You're either going to have an opportunity to win the game on the next play or tie the game, and it didn't work.
No,
didn't happen. That was it.
So,
but I don't know why. I don't know why we revisited that. I don't know why we had to live through that again.
Gluttons for punishment.
I guess that's all it is.
We don't revisit the wins. We don't revisit anything on Friday. Only the losses. That's what we do. You know what I'm gonna do though? I'm just gonna do my own little Will Z impression here.
Oh my!
Maybe I'll just have Will Z do it.
It's probably a better idea. It's probably.
I wanna take this 4-game stretch here. And I want to focus on what De'Aaron does in his 4 games, and separate it from the rest of the season.
Okay,
these 4 games, I want to see what the numbers are looking like, and that because he's needed a lot of trying to go 3-1, 4-0 is you got to get your guy going. You got to have your guy on point. So I want to see him step it up here, and I'm gonna be looking at that.
Believe it or not, he's trending up. I know the popular thing is to dog De'Aaron. I know I was accused of you're being too easy on him. I'm just looking at numbers. He's trending up. So I'm with that. I'm with this experiment that you got going here. Evaluate the next 4 games, isolate those numbers, and see what they look like.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Man, just get this 3-1, man. Get this 3-1, 4-0, man. 4-0 would be glorious.
You talked about
isn't that what the tag team is with Dolph Ziggler and Rude? They're glorious.
I don't think that's the thing anymore.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm so tuned out. I ain't done a house show in like 6 days, 7 days, because I don't know what's going on over there in the world of wrestling right now. So I'll believe you if you say so. You've talked about, and I don't remember specifically what it was. We're only 11 games in, but you already said this. Not like tension. You talked about tension instead of, it wasn't instead of, not necessarily a sense of urgency, but there needs to be some tension in this locker room, knowing how important this road trip is, how important each game is. I assume you feel that way here heading into this 4-game stretch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. And it is more so for me, a sense of urgency. Like it needs, I'm not trying to disrespect these guys. It's important to them, every game is, but a heightened sense of urgency for what's in front of them right here. You know what I mean? Like, let's one game at a time, but let's take care of business on these 4 games right here. And I was thinking about this yesterday after the show, and there's not a scenario this year, I don't believe, or they're not out of the woods yet, maybe I should say that, where every game isn't of massive importance for the Kings this year, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know when that's going to go away, and I don't really care if it doesn't ever go away, because there does need to be a sense of urgency and heightened level of urgency for this franchise. But like, it all matters in a major way. Once again, I said yesterday, they're not the Lakers or the Suns or, some team with a track record and proven top flight veterans to say, well, Christmas is when we can really start looking at this thing. No. Kings should have already been looking at it and need to be looking at it right now, every single game.
And I think they are. The Athletic is looking at it. ESPN, well, you'll hear what those two, it's better. It's way better than it was last week. You'll hear what the Athletic and ESPN had to say about the Sacramento Kings. Plus, our man Kyle Draper joins us here next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Glorious.
Nah, we go keep the house show.
Yeah, that was the logo 3.
Yeah.
Gosh, I hate that.
I just don't know what to talk about, man. That's all it is.
There's not much going on. I mean, other than people getting released.
I know there's a pay-per-view this weekend, but I don't know that I'm all.
I didn't even realize there was a pay-per-view this weekend.
Come to think about it, it's an AEW pay-per-view this weekend. Survivor Series is next weekend. So there's 2 pay-per-view weekends coming up. But I also think that WWE looks at this time
as
this is time. Like, it's dead. Yeah, it's dead till we get to the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, because they're not. They're just kind of plodding along right now. They're not building up any feuds or storylines or nothing like that.
And I know y'all have noticed, it's hard to catch shows right now. Kings have played every Wednesday for the last 3 weeks. They've played
every Friday, haven't they?
Every Friday for the last 3 weeks. Monday's normally clear, but you ain't getting 3 hours of. No. Like I look it up, I read. Let's go, Coach Miley. Get that dub.
Let's go.
Get that dub.
Let's go, Coach Miley.
Send Coach Miley to Shamrocks. Let's go.
Yeah, Mark, we can get up, man. We can get up and go to that Kennedy McClatchy game. Restore the roar. It is in full effect. I haven't checked, but I think they lost their playoff game, but that's neither here nor there. Basketball will be back. Let's go.
Right. Can't watch the 1 years.
I still haven't. They're all in my DVR. Still haven't.
See, that's the tough thing about wrestling, man, is like I'll read it. And if it's like I need if something happened, I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah.
But if I don't see something that compels me, I'm not gonna go watch
Where
it.
do
Like
you
I
go to
felt
read it?
The Wrestling Observer website. They just have like recaps of the shows that I'll catch up on and kind of be aware of what's going on.
Did you see? This is a different subject, but did you see Shackton with Bridges boxing out Plumlee?
Oh no.
That was funny. I laughed pretty hard when I saw that. I think I retweeted. It's on my timeline for sure, but that was some funny stuff.
I must have you blocked, man. You always tweet stuff that I never see.
Got me blocked.
It happens.
Just gets disgusted.
Oh, you tweeted this like an hour ago.
That was hilarious.
Oh, that's great. That is great.
And they missed the rebound and got scored on.
That is great, man. Y'all really doing it with the is now I'm on Kenny's Twitter feed with those D-Lo and KC hoodies and matching them up with shoes.
Together, man. Yes, indeed.
Anytime you rock that hoodie, man, share it with us, or any of the gear. Share it with us.
Oh my God, Damien's on fire! He's on fire!
Oh, that's got to be. That's got to be. I don't think I have that soundbite here anymore. Yeah.
Oh, it's live, pal.
It's live.
Boy, that is glaring in the new 720 HD we're rolling on. Goodness gracious, man! Holy crap!
Oh man.
I'm on fire on the live stream.
And
I got my own little Kane entrance going on right here.
That's gotta be Dame. That's gotta be Dame.
I didn't even notice till Kenny started yelling, Damien's on fire. Like, what is going on? Oh, the light adjusted. Goodness gracious. Welcome in. See, those are the types of things that you get over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. No matter where you are, if you're on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM, man, we're so happy that you're here. Kyle Draper is going to join us coming up at the top of this hour. 1 o'clock, Kyle Draper. 2 o'clock, we've got your tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah on the 20th. And then we got James Ham coming up at 3 o'clock.
Nice.
Checked in with The Athletic today on multiple fronts, which we'll get to here in just a minute. But I enjoyed this. You know, they do their power rankings. All similar to D-Lo and KC. Not nearly as much fun. And they certainly don't have the incredible sound to. By the way, for those who were with us yesterday, I thought it was funny that you posted an IG story of you singing Joe at the top of your lungs on Instagram.
Oh man!
When I had sent you a text message and said, "Yo, I think we can get DOA and Joe on the show," and Kenny goes, "Who's Joe?" This was literally after we talked about it. Like, I don't know how many Sacramento splashes you were into the evening, but I had been texting with DOA. He was like, I think we can do this. Like, we were working. This might work.
I think it was the combination of DOA and Joe, because I didn't know. When you explained what DOA was and who it was, I was like, oh, okay. But DOA and Joe, I was like, oh no, is that a group? Who is that, bro? I don't know.
They're literally every week. They say this is a big rich town. Yeah, no clue who I was talking about.
And that's my boy. That's my boy, Joe.
I guess so. Who's Joe? The Athletic, their power rankings. Sacramento Kings. The power rankings were interesting, but they had the Kings at 22. Mentioned they lost to the Jazz, they went over the Pelicans, they went over the Hornets, and it ended at the loss to the Pacers. Here's what they said. Are you buying the Kings as a play-in team? Here are all of the positives for believing in the Sacramento Kings as a playing team this season. The field against them isn't very good. They have to beat out San Antonio, Minnesota, New Orleans, Houston, and Oklahoma City to at least get the 10th in the field. Houston, New Orleans, and OKC are already cooked. Minnesota looks like Minnesota. That leaves them needing to stay ahead of San Antonio and whatever good stretch Minnesota can muster up. For the Kings themselves, they have a very good, very balanced offensive attack so far, and that's without De'Aaron Fox really making shots. Rashawn Holmes has been brilliant as their main big man after re-signing. Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield are obliterating help defenses, and Tyrese Halliburton continues to be as good as advertised. Even though this is still the Kings,
there's no need for that.
They just have to finish 10th. Normally, because the Athletic is a pace site, I try to just give like little sprinkles, but this is important for the context of the show.
Yeah.
It says verdict. So far by default, yes, I'm buying them as a playing team. The Kings aren't historically bad defensively right now, and that's a big improvement. They're not good. They're just not historically bad. It's encouraging that they've been this competitive without Fox being good on offense, but we've often seen the Kings tail off to end these promising seasons. Lucky for them,
it's unnecessary.
The competent field they usually battle doesn't seem as populated as it used to. That's the Athletics' weekly breakdown of the Sacramento Kings. Very detailed, very thought-oriented, talked about a variety of different players.
They do a good job. I think
Zach Harper does a tremendous job.
Yeah, he does a good job. I don't have any issue typically with the Athletics power ranking breakdown.
Power rankings are a bit, not just on radio shows, not just at The Athletic, but also at ESPN. Here's what ESPN said about your Sacramento Kings. 2 nights after dropping 140 points on the Hornets, one of the surprise success stories in the early going thus far, Sacramento mustered just 91 in a home loss to a Pacers team that came into the game with a 3-7 record.
Wait, that's it?
That's the end. That's the worldwide leader in sports breakdown on the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, man. And that's McMahon.
Oh, you know it is. You know, that's our man, David. The Lakers beat writer is giving... Yep. That was one sentence.
Come on, man.
It was a lengthy sentence for sure. Lots of commas, but that was one sentence.
He hates having to do something about the Kings in the power rankings.
Didn't mention a single player, and the only compliment he gave was to the Charlotte Hornets, who were one of the surprise success stories in the early going thus far. If Magic
beat by 30,
if Magic Johnson tweeted power rankings, that's what it would sound like.
I envision McManaman being so disgusted when he has to come up with this one sentence to talk about the Kings in the power rankings. Just disgusted, just appalled.
So funny. Because I read The Athletic first, and when I saw The Athletic, I thought, oh, they usually come out at the same time. Let's see what ESPN wrote. Stroll down. What's ESPN got for us? Oh, there it is. They just let us know they lost to the Hornets. Or they beat the Hornets and they lost to the Pacers. Okay. Again.
And also with Zach Harper, while it was thorough and it was well pointed out, there was a lot of unnecessary shots in there.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
We didn't have to say still the Kings. You could have just been like, we'll see. Like unnecessary shots.
The Kings, my favorite line truly was, the Kings aren't historically bad defensively right now, and that's a big improvement. They're not good. They're just not historically bad. That was my favorite part. By far.
What's interesting about that is it'll be interesting to see. Well, it don't really matter, but I think the Hornets, in every sense of the word, are what the Kings were last year. They're awful on defense. Awful. But people, we've seen it a number of times. We've talked about it. Man, Hornets are fun to watch. They're a league pass team. Nobody said that about the Kings last year. The Kings are like top 8th in the league in scoring and one of the worst defensive teams in history. And it was just like, disgusting.
Well,
nobody has that feeling about Charlotte right now.
I think LaMelo has already surpassed De'Aaron in people's favorites. Yeah. I love LaMelo. LaMelo's a blast to watch. Yeah. I mean, he's got, he's going to grow, I think, to be one of the top point guards in the league. He might be he's knocking on the door now. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they fell in love with that dude quick.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, this is less of an indictment of the Sacramento Kings and more of like love of and for LaMelo Ball. Yeah. That's what I think the Charlotte. No one's. I don't think people are talking about Charlotte if LaMelo's not there doing what he's doing.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think they should have been talking about Fox last year, but nobody talks about Fox unless
he got a little love last year. I don't know that anyone was tuning into the Sacramento Kings other than to make fun of their defense, but I feel like he got some love during that stretch last year.
That Charlotte team defensively is, oh my God,
they're bad.
Oh my goodness, this is. I'm not going to sit up here and say it's not anything I've never seen before because I saw it all last year with the Kings, but it's on that level. Like they're that bad on defense.
They're trying to take the belt. Like, yo,
trying to be undisputed out here.
We want that historical nod, baby. Let's go. Hey, y'all can have it, man. Good luck with that. Hope it works out for you guys. Hope it works out for you guys. But that was extremely entertaining for me.
You might just read. Do this on a weekly basis, man. Because some of the things that be going on that ESPN Power Rankings, boy.
I legit can't wait to see what they write next week. Kings started out strong on a 4-game road trip.
I already know it. If the Kings go, because on that I'm looking at it and it has like their upcoming games up until Sunday, I guess. So it's Phoenix, San Antonio, and OKC. And if the Kings go 2-1, the Kings, they beat lowly San Antonio and the Thunder.
Oh, for sure.
Almost got blown out by the Suns on Monday night.
You know what was funny? You know what's funny about the Athletics? What's funny about the Athletics rankings is the Kings are 22nd in that. You know who was 21st?
Oh,
Charlotte. Which it was like, all right, that's fine, whatever. Until I looked closer and realized, wait a minute. Loss. Charlotte had lost like 4 games in the last week and finished the week of that they were writing this with 5-6 and still got ranked above the team that beat them by 30.
Come on, man.
Boy, man, they
crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. But again, very much appreciate Zach Harper and the work he puts into his power rankings because he's clearly paying attention to these teams and what they're doing.
It's a lot better than McMenamin.
He utilizes the features on League Pass.
He takes the 30 minutes out of his day.
The League Pass or Synergy or Second Spectrum or whatever app he's using. He takes time to utilize all the features. For sure. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're so happy that you're here with us. A busy day. Kyle Draper is going to join us here in just a heartbeat. We've got your chance to win tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah 1 week from Saturday when they return from this road trip at the Golden One Center. That's coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. And then our man James Ham will be with us right around 3 as we get ready for a early Kings game tonight as they make their first stop of this 4-game road trip in San Antonio. That's a 5:30 start time. So again, we'll be with you until 4:00. James Ham will be with us coming up at 3. Lots of other things that we've got to touch on here today, KC, including ESPN wrote some things about the San Francisco 49ers that I would like to bring to your attention. But we'd like to bring in our man, Kyle Draper, right now. Kyle Draper, play-by-play man for your Sacramento Kings. Drapes, what's on the agenda today? You play-by-play or you hosting?
Pre and post game today, big fella. I'm on my way to San Francisco. We're going to do it from our San Francisco studio, so you caught me while I was on the road.
Nice,
Love it.
nice. Drapes, I want to say first of all, is finally I met my man Drapes in person on Monday, man. It was great to finally see him, for him to be able to put a face to the voice and all that other stuff, man. So it was good seeing you, man. And don't sleep on the shoe game. I saw the shoe game.
I saw that
Monday.
in the pic.
Yeah, don't sleep on it.
I saw that in the pic.
Hey man, these young boys are coming from my spot, man. You know what I mean? I gotta stay relevant and young out there. You know, I'm getting old. So no, it was good to see you, Casey. Casey had his mom there too. I was like, okay, he hanging with Mom Dukes.
Yeah,
so
man.
That was nice, man.
Yeah,
that was nice to see.
I had to be in there as a fan, you know, on Monday. You know what I'm saying? I was just in there talking crazy to the Suns bench. All the crazy things fans do. I had to be in there doing that, man.
Oh, you were close enough to talk to the Suns bench?
Yeah, I heard. Hey,
if I get harder, they might have been able to hear me.
Yeah, you know
I
what
had
it
them
is.
Draper seats, man. I had them Draper seats, man.
All right.
See, the wild thing is Cheryl and El Grove look younger than KC, so it looked like.
Yeah.
Katie, what's your favorite pair of shoes that you got? Kyle don't want to talk to us no more. Kyle was like, hey, I'm out. I don't want to talk to y'all no more. Katie, you still got us on this drive? Oh, okay, well, hey, all right then. Well, forget it then, Katie. Well, all right then.
He said, I'm done with these guys, man.
Like, man,
I'm done
fine.
with these guys. I told you I'd talk to you, not for how long. You didn't say how long.
He was like, I have done as promised. I talked to y'all. You asked me about my shoes and your mom's, and now I'm out. That's funny. You know what's funny about that though is you was yelling at the Kings bench, and you was yelling at the Suns bench, and your mom was yelling at the Kings bench.
Yeah, she absolutely was.
We got to get your mom on board, man. Bro. We got to get Cheryl from El Grove on board.
Just bring up the name Luke Walton, and she just the expression just changed.
Got an unsolicited text about her thoughts on Luke Walton for sure. As we bring Katie back in, man. Katie's on the drive right now to San Francisco, preparing for the game tonight. Katie, what do you think about this road trip coming up, man? It's a tough game to try to project records, but I know, we all know this isn't the most difficult schedule ahead for the Kings.
No, I agree with you. And when you talk about, going 3-1, I think that's at minimum. If you're the Kings and you're talking about getting to where you want to be, I mean, these are the games you got to win. And you take 3 out of 4, you come back 8-7, and then you got, I think, like a 4-game homestand after that. You can start banking up some wins. And so every game's important. But when you look at it, man, these are teams that you're going to be battling for the play-in spot or that final spot. I'm talking about San Antonio. I'm talking about Minnesota, and Detroit. I mean, they're dumpster fire also. And then OKC, they're tanking too. I mean, 3-1 at minimum if I'm trying to, go through game by game. And then you got a tough 4-game homestand too. Let's not forget that. See, so that's why you got to get those wins early during this road trip, because then you got Toronto, Utah, Philly, and Portland. That could be 4 playoff teams right there. So this is a big road trip.
Yeah, Drapes, and I talked about it earlier, man, and I was just saying that, and I think they do. I'd like to get you're a little closer to the team than I am, but the sense of urgency. I always talk about this on the show all the time. This is an opportunity, and this isn't to knock any of those teams that you talked about. It's the NBA. There's talent all over the league. But I say it like this. If the Kings play their A game and the Spurs or the Thunder or Detroit plays their A game, the Kings' A game should be better than that, better than what they're bringing to the table. Do you get a sense of being around this team that they understand the opportunity that's in front of them to kind of get ahead of the 8 ball going on this road trip and early in the season?
I did up until these last 2 games. I really thought that the sense of urgency was there. They were in every game. They were playing hard every game. The loss to Indiana is kind of inexcusable. And then to have that third quarter against Phoenix. And when you talk about playing against the Spurs, OKC, Rick Pitino used to always say, if the more talented team just plays hard and plays with that sense of urgency, they'll win every game. When you don't play with that sense of urgency, that's when you get the upsets. That's when you get teams beating you. And so I look at this Sacramento Kings squad. They sort of resemble a Boston Celtics squad from a few years back. They didn't know how to handle success. You know, they start believing their press clippings a little bit. You come off a 30-point beatdown on Friday night. You start feeling good about yourself. That game needs to be in the rear of your mirror if you're Sacramento. You ain't done anything yet. You're not LeBron and the Lakers. You're not KD and them. You're not Giannis. You're not at that level. So you're not better than anybody. That's the mindset you have to have. You have to come out there and think every game is going to be a struggle. And I thought they had done that up until these last two games.
That's interesting. I've heard those stories about the Boston Celtics before. Obviously, Kyle can speak with great authority on those Celtics teams right there. What do you guys think? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like you, Kenny Thomas, Matt Barnes, when you guys are working together and the camera's off and you're watching De'Aaron. We know how animated you are. Are you sitting at that table like yelling at De'Aaron to attack, like get to the basket?
No, I'm not. I'm actually pretty chill, you know, during the game. But then when the lights come on, man, it's showtime. You know how it is.
No doubt.
But yeah, it's you know, I think we all see Fox has to have the ball in his hands, right? That's what I'm seeing. He's not a guy you put out on the corner, you know, and say, all right, when you get the ball, then make something happen. You know, coming into the season, I thought Tyrese should be the primary ball handling because of his passing ability to make other people better. But, you know, Fox is an elite level player, and we saw it last year, and he has to have the ball. And I think Tyrese is good enough to play off the ball. Can you imagine Tyrese as your secondary ball handler? Everybody's focused on Fox. You get it to Tyrese. Tyrese is coming downhill, making plays, finding other guys. And so I agree with Kenny, man. This next 4-game road trip is key, you know, for De'Aaron Fox. I want to see Fox getting back to being himself. And that was a little disappointing, I think, the other night with Tyrese out. I thought, all right, this is Fox's game. And he came alive in the fourth quarter. We know that. But, man, I want to see it right from the get-go from De'Aaron Fox. And if we're talking about this Sacramento team making the playoffs, De'Aaron Fox has to be the best player for them night in and night out.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% with everything you said there, Kyle. I'll ask you this one last thing. Harrison Barnes, right now he's playing, I would say, at a potential all-star clip at the small forward spot. I think that, I've said it before, I think that he is probably essentially in the prime of his career. Do you believe he can keep up this type of pace, this type of efficiency, scoring 20 points a game like that for the entire season?
Yeah, I think he could be a 20-point per game scorer. Now, he's not going to be a 25-point per game scorer, which he was just a few games ago. But there's no reason on this team why he can't be that guy. If Luke Walton is saying he wants HB to get up 8 3-pointers a game, dude, you make 3 or 4 of those, you're talking, you know, 12 points right there, get to the foul line, you're talking 15, 16, and then make 2 2-pointers, you're 20 points. And so they need Harrison to be that guy. And I think, you know, we've seen Harrison this season at his best. He has to be aggressive, man, you know, because he can score on all 3 levels. You guys know that. He's one of the few guys on this team that can knock down the 3 solid mid-range, and we can get him in the post, too, and get him to the basket. And so I think they need him to be that. It would be nice to see him and De'Aaron Fox clicking at the same time.
And we saw what he do at the free throw line against Phoenix on Monday when he was 11 from the stripe. Katie, as you were hanging up on us earlier, we asked you, you were talking about your shoe game, keeping up with the young guys. What's your favorite shoe that's in your closet right now?
Oh, my favorite one right now. That's a good question. I got these plums I wore the other day that are pretty solid, man. They're Dunk low plums.
Yeah, I thought they were Dunks. Yeah, I like those. I like those.
Yeah, the Dunks. Yeah. And I don't pull them out too often, but every time I go out, people are like, yo, I like the plums. And I'm not a sneakerhead per se. You know, I just like what I like, that kind of thing. But I am on the Nike app, and, you know, sometimes I'll try to join these drawings. But that's probably my favorite. I got some Allen Iverson I haven't even worn yet, guys, that, you know, that I'm waiting to pull out. I need to get the perfect combination of clothing suit game to match it. But I got some AIs that I'm about to pull out soon.
Don't hurt these boys, Kyle. Don't hurt these boys out here. Ain't ready for that AI heat, baby.
We gotta get Kyle to start wearing, the pants that show his ankles, like Matt does. Like we gotta shorten up the slacks a little bit so you can show off the shoes.
Achilles.
Yeah, you gotta show off that Achilles, KD.
Hey, us big guys can't do that, man. Tight end / defensive lineman. Matt Barnes is a skinny wide receiver kind of guy, man. Us big guys, we can't do that. But maybe I will. Maybe I will someday.
I'm all for it. KD, we appreciate you, man. Drive safe. We're looking forward to tonight.
Take care, man.
All right, guys. Have a good one. All right, man. Good talking to you.
All right, that's Kyle Draper.
My boy, Kyle Draper, man. Hey,
I want to see Drapes in the joggers, man.
Showing them Achilles.
He could do it. No, he can do it. When Mo and Matt did the stand up, and I saw Matt was rocking the like Les. Come on now, Les. And he was doing
that's his bag right there.
Oh yeah, for sure. He been on that for.
KD could do it.
Anybody could do it.
KD has the aura to be able to pull it off. See, it's not just wearing it. You gotta have this bounce to you. You gotta have this bop to you.
Gotta have a vibe.
And Draper has that. He can pull it off.
We gotta enjoy Kyle, man, because I feel like we're gonna lose him.
Damn,
he's so good, man. He's so good. I think only because he's splitting duties.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like somebody's going, hey, Drapes, we got 82 here.
I love when Drapes gets excited on the call.
Oh,
but when there's visual to it.
Oh yeah.
So I think it was in the Pelicans game when Alex Lynn dunked on somebody on the break, and Alex Lynn dunks on somebody, and in the background you see Draper standing up like, "Let's go!" It's like that's my boy.
There's a great
my boy.
There's a great still shot of that hit our timeline after that game, because I think it was full on Drapes up, hands in the air, the whole deal, man. KD was hyped.
I think that's why I like him. That's what I'm doing in the living room, where I'm trying to contain it when I'm in the media area or whatever. But in my head, that's what I'm doing. I'm probably like nudging Damian in the shoulder, like, "Oh, you see that?" That's what I do. Drapes does what I would do.
That's what she was doing when Davions stole that ball from Donovan Mitchell at the home opener.
Let's go.
I got a bruise. I like right here. I got a bruise right here on my shoulder from Casey getting all hyped about that. Hey, it's okay to have fun, man.
Yeah.
Sports, you know what I mean? And Kyle has fun, man. That's what makes him an enjoyable listen. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. We're going to talk Kings. Also, we'll talk a little bit of the 49ers as well. And I think, I was going to ask you a question.
We want to talk about how they're not going after top flight talent again and letting Odell Beckham just be out there. We could talk about that. It's what they do all the time. And then they find themselves like the roster. You look at there and when they're trying to throw to Mohamed Sanu because they ain't going after a guy. Come on, man.
Was it something I said?
49ers.
Okay. I'll just rewrite the next conversation as we're in commercial. I don't know what we're going to do, but I'm not bringing that team up again. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We got Kings tickets coming at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
Who's this Gabriel guy that came in here? I didn't even read what he said, but he got everybody riled up.
He's been in here a while. He just hates. I think he hates De'Aaron. I think that's his gimmick.
He hates people that took his job. I mean, allegedly.
Wait, what?
He just came in here hating on people that took his job. Hating on Mark Jones.
Oh, gotcha. He doesn't have to. That was a phony proclamation.
Who does that anyway? That's just stupid. Roll up your sleeves to your freaking neck.
And help me keep my job. I don't even see Gabriel. He must have rolled out already.
They be jumping you, boy.
Hey, better. Oh, there he is. No, Mark Jones doesn't take nights off. He has another job. take nights off. You gotta be kidding me. You literally got one of the very literally the second biggest voice in the NBA.
Come on, man.
Sit down. That's true. And much like the last guy who rolled his sleeves up, it was a publicity stunt. Oh man. Flannel shirt, no mom jeans. Y'all are wild. Oh man.
Mm. 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 Mm.
What is that series of sound effects? What is going on over there?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I forgot. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot to ask. I got a little thrown off when we got disconnected. That's when I was going to ask him. I didn't want to waste too much time goofing around. We were already talking about shoes. I forgot to ask him. He probably doesn't even remember it.
Wow.
I wonder if we're going to get that Odell thing today. I don't know if Chiron's in here, but we see you, baby.
Yeah, big up Chiron, man. Big up Chiron.
Y'all family, man. We appreciate you. Those in the chat house, even those who don't comment as much or comment at all. We appreciate you guys for being here, man. YouTube, Twitch, big deal for us. So we appreciate it.
You see that text thing? Yeah, that's what I was kind of like, oh.
I was okay. Oh, okay. 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 Drape show. Let's do it. Yeah, word. Okay.
No, sir. No, it's not for me looking at StockX.
That's a good call. That's a good call right there. Oh man. Hey, don't nobody click on that link. I saw it. Don't y'all click on that link up there. Y'all stay off that link. Y'all leave it alone. Chiron, man, we appreciate you, baby. All love, man.
Man. Shout out to our dude Chiron, man. And I gotta talk to Chiron, man, because I want to get some comics from my son, man, or his comic, or if he can point me in direction, whatever, man. We gotta wrap.
Some stuff. Well, not so much those people, but see, we got to get Olivia on the show. She's here in Sac. We got to see if we can get her on. We're going to watch Sierra College tomorrow night.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
I gotta pull up to that too. Like I said, as part of the JC games, I gotta watch. Like I said, family just gonna really switch the locks on me.
I think they'll be fine without you. They'll have like a normal night with no one yelling at the TV. No one.
Reese is coming with me though.
Do I have to, Dad?
Yeah, get in this car.
Your mama want the house to herself. Come on. She said if I'm out, we all out. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Hesitate to do this. I mentioned
give it to me. Come on.
Well, a couple of things. I mentioned the football team in San Francisco, and you flew off the handle a little bit. What you said, I didn't mean to upset you, but you said something that maybe we'll revisit later. But it caught my attention. You mentioned top flight talent, and you said Odell Beckham, and we might have some Odell Beckham news today. I honest to God have no idea. But let's table that for a second, because I mentioned San Francisco, and then you got really upset. It's obviously not going well for 49ers
got a little emotional.
But if I ask you, like, you look at the Kings, right? in the San Francisco 49ers. And to be fair, let's string this out for the rest of this season, both seasons, NBA and NFL, and we'll stretch it into the next two.
Okay.
So the next the next 2.5 seasons for the San Francisco 49ers and the Sacramento Kings. Who are you more optimistic about?
Even before you asked this question, I thought about this a couple days ago. I got to be honest with you, man. It's the Sacramento Kings. And
really?
And if we're being, there's no gimmicks or anything like that. I'm down on this particular San Francisco 49ers team. The franchise moving forward, I'm not as down as maybe other people are, or as I am on this particular team this year. I still believe in Kyle Shanahan. I'm on an island by myself. I'm one man wolf pack, but I still believe in him, and I believe in what he can do. I'm excited about the possibilities of Trey Lance. I like Deebo Samuels. I like Nick Bosa, George Kittle. Like, there's still components there that I still like about this team moving forward. But I really like Monty McNair and what he's building with these Kings. I really like De'Aaron Fox. I really like Tyrese Halliburton, Davion Mitchell, and being able to add to that core along with Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes, and add to that with the way Monty McNair has shown so far. Like, right now, him and his group, they've done pretty good finding talent and finding guys that match what this team is trying to be or what they're trying to create. And it may be blind optimism, but I have faith in that. I have faith in Monty and in bringing to the table what his vision is. Now, the other thing about that is when you talk about optimism, talk about faith, it's still kind of all relative, right? Because Niners, the ultimate goal is a championship. Just being real, where we're at in 2021 right now, that is the farthest thing from my mind for the Sacramento Kings. Consistent playoffs.
Should be the furthest thing from your mind for the San Francisco 49ers too.
I mean, look, I understand,
but it's more real. I get it. I get it. I'm kidding. It's more realistic for the 49ers than it is for the Kings. I can't even fathom that for the Kings, right? Because everything that we've been through, I can't even think about that. I just be like, man, let's just. Well, there's a variety of reasons. Yeah.
Right. Let's just be consistently in the playoffs. And I have confidence that Monty can do that.
Two things. Wouldn't a one-man wolf pack be a wolf?
Well, I mean, technically.
Okay.
Technically.
But how like bizarre is that for you to say that you're more optimistic about the Sacramento Kings moving forward? Because and I guess more than anything, it brings up questions shoot that we've been asking for weeks now as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. This roster, like, we believe that the roster heading into the year was really good. I was dumb. My bad. It's part of the game. When you talk for 20 hours a week, sometimes you say stupid stuff like Trey Sermon is going to take over for Raheem Mostert and be the top, RB1 for the San Francisco 49ers. Dude can't even get on the freaking field. Okay, I was wrong there, but I thought headed into the year, partly because Trey Sermon, partly because their other signings, partly because George Kittle was healthy and Debo and Brandon Ayuk and all of these different things, like, this team is really, really talented. And I think anytime there's some questions to be had about the drafting of a quarterback and not playing him right away. Like, the drafting of a quarterback, it's like, it's not a Jordan Love situation because Aaron Rodgers was pretty firm in his place. Now, if you were going to move on from Aaron Rodgers, if you were going to do the Bill Belichick bit where you get rid of him a year too early, in maybe in Aaron Rodgers' case, it would have been like 2 years early. Okay, fine. Like, whatever. But that's not what the Jimmy Garoppolo Trey Lance thing was. You knew Jimmy was gone. Jimmy could have won a Super Bowl. No one would have given Jimmy credit for winning the Super Bowl. It would have been the defense. It would have been the run game. It would have been the offensive genius who has the head coaching moniker. But this roster that we're seeing, that we're going to see on Monday night against the Los Angeles Rams, it's the same roster as before the season started. Raheem Mostert's out, but I had that. I had Raheem Mostert factored out of this season. Yeah, I just assumed the 49ers were going to lose him at some point. But it's so amazing. George Kittle's still here. Our man's Fred Warner is still here. 97 is back. Brandon Debo's one of the top wide receivers in the league. And still, none of those guys are old. We're still looking at this like, something's off. Something's off with this team.
And it's interesting, like you mentioned, they still have talent. Is it as simple with this team to say if they didn't turn the ball over as frequently as they do, that we'd be looking at a different situation? Is it that simple? I almost feel like it is, and that's not to let anybody off the hook. Kyle hasn't been particularly good this year. The defense hasn't always been good this year. They've looked suspect. And granted, it was against the Bears, but the one time they took care of the football, they put up points, they did whatever they wanted to do on the offensive end. There's been other games where they've been able to get yards and move the ball. They can't finish drives because they miss a field goal or a holding penalty or they turn the ball over. The talent, two things could be equally true, Damon. We could have been right as far as the talent they have on the roster being good enough, but they can't do the little things, which is hindering their development. I'm not saying if they don't turn the ball over, they're 8-0 or nothing. I'm not saying that, but maybe they're 5-3 instead of 3-5. And we're looking at this team kind of completely different.
Yeah. We said this last year, and I will stand by this. And I know Monty has said something, Monty McNair has said something about it since then. I always believed the line gap year was a load of crap who was put out there by someone who has little to no ties to the organization. Or they have ties to the organization, but have little to no insight on the thinking of the organization.
Yeah.
With that said, is this a gap year for the San Francisco 49ers?
It shouldn't be.
I didn't think that headed in.
Yeah.
But looking at where we are now.
Yeah, and you can change your plans based on updated information, in certain situations. But that would be terrible. There's no way this is a gap year, or it should be a gap year. This was a year they were expected to contend, expected to be some type of playoff team. And anything less than that is a failure.
Fair, yeah, 100% agree. 100%. Is there a point, though, where it turns into, again, I'm not suggesting at all that John Lynch walks into the office, Kyle, it's a gap year. I'm not suggesting that. But is there a point this season where the attention for the San Francisco 49ers shifts? And it's like, we've got the Cardinals who have lost one game. You've got the Rams who have lost 2. You got Russell Wilson back. I don't know what that's going to look like for Seattle. Then you start to look at Tampa. You start to look around. You mentioned this yesterday. You hate it. I know it pisses you off. Still in the playoff picture. They're far from out of it. There's still half a season or so left.
Yeah. And you can't deny that. And like I said, especially there's a reason why it shouldn't be looked at as gap year. I'll answer that question as well. Is because I feel, as frustrating as this team has been, as lackluster as they have been throughout this season, I've said it numerous times, Amy, I just said it a little while ago. You take care of the football, you value the football. You can change your fortunes a little bit. You can do that. I think that is the first immediate thing that happens, because number one, when, I'm not breaking news here, but when you turn the ball over, you eliminate the opportunity for your team to put points on the board. And number two, the way the 49ers are going, when you turn the ball over, it results in a touchdown for the other team. Like every time.
It certainly results in points. That's
it
for
definitely
sure.
results in points every single time. So you're kind of eliminating both problems right now, at least this year, by taking care of the football, because you eliminate the fact that your offense is struggling and you can kind of get another opportunity to put points on the board, and you're helping out your defense and taking points off the board for the other team. So you still have that capability. And because of that, no, it shouldn't be a gap year, but I understand what you're saying. And I will say this about the gap year analogy. Last year, while it wasn't a gap year for the Sacramento Kings, so to speak, I think I feel like I was in the camp and you saw some things in the middle of the season where it was like, oh, Luke's not worried about getting fired.
Oh,
He ain't
yeah.
getting fired.
Yeah.
He's not getting fired. It don't matter what happens.
Right. Yeah.
He's not getting fired. And there's a little bit of that with Kyle Shanahan. As bad as people may think he is, as bad of a job as people think he's doing, I think he knows, I think we agree, he's not getting fired this year. His clock may have started, but it won't run out at the end of the year.
Yeah.
He is pretty much 100% side to Trey Lance. And here's a crazy scenario. As long as Trey Lance doesn't play, your clock doesn't start. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
As long as you in your pocket have, well, we're waiting for Trey to get ready to be able to play. As long as you have that in your back pocket, your clock hasn't, as much as I said the clock has started, the clock hasn't started because he hadn't started playing yet. So he may look at it, Kyle very well may look at it as, not that he doesn't want to win. I think that's silly, to suggest that. He definitely wants to win, and he's trying everything that he thinks he can do to get this team to win. But he's not pressed. Like he knows it's hard to deny what's there. You're not getting fired this year. And you got Trey Lance. That's who you're tied to. So yeah. Does he think it as a gap year? No, but he's secure.
Is there any, because I made the argument that, because you're talking about Kyle being tied to Trey Lance. There were people who were making the argument that Monty, Monty's trying to change things. Got to right this Sacramento Kings ship. Got to get this organization respectable again. And there were people who are saying, well, he's not in any danger as long as he has Luke Walton as the head coach, because he didn't hire Luke Walton. So this whole year, he's prolonging, like he's giving Luke an opportunity to succeed. But if Luke fails, that's not Monty's fault. I made the argument that's false. You made the decision to bring Luke Walton back. Therefore, now you're loosely, not as directly as if you had hired him, but now you are at least loosely tied to Luke Walton if you're Monty McNair. Is Kyle Shanahan, is there a hole in your theory about being tied to Trey Lance? Is there a hole in that theory in that he could have started him and he didn't, and he just continued to rock with Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, is Jimmy Garoppolo, here it is. Is Jimmy Garoppolo the Luke Walton of the San Francisco 49ers?
To a certain degree, yes. And like, I think that's the game plan that everybody's on board with. And when you have, owners of franchises, Jed York or anything like that, they can get impatient, and there's always a possibility that plans change because they don't like the way things are going. But I think that I can see Kyle presenting the scenario this way. Like, hey, even if we have Jimmy right here, I know my job in my tenure with this organization is going to be tied to what goes on with Trey Lance. If he's a success, I'll be here for a long time. If he's not, I'll be gone rather quickly. And I think Jed, John, Kyle, I think they all understand that. They all know what time it is. And that hasn't changed. I don't think that's changed at all. Now, the thing, and I know people, some people are done with Kyle or whatever the case, don't think he's good. And, we have Roddy in here talking about he's under 500. All that is true. I'm just not of the type to fire coaches so quickly. And he's been here for a while, but it's almost, this is kind of a crazy situation here. It's almost like a Vlade situation because he's getting his quarterback now. And I don't have no problem with giving him the time to see if he can turn that around. And what I mean by Vlade is, they always say he was the GM before and then he tore it down. And some people were like, well, it should start.
He tore it down, all right.
Well, when he traded Cousins. And like his tenure should start when he traded Cousins. And people think like yourself are like, well, no, he was the GM like 2 years before that. Like, no, it definitely should. Those years should count.
I recall that narrative being pushed. Yes, I recall that being pushed regularly at 3 o'clock.
And I look at what Kyle's doing with Trey, and I know he's been here 5 years or whatever. That doesn't excuse it. I think that actually expedites the process that he may not see Trey Lance all the way through if, Trey isn't performing well. But I really don't have a problem with giving him a year or two to see what he can do with Trey Lance. I don't have a problem. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You move on from him. But I think he should get that opportunity.
And Monty can fire Luke. That's Monty's position within the organization. John can't fire Kyle Shanahan.
No.
That's not a call that comes from John Lynch. If Kyle Shanahan is fired, there's a very, very good chance John Lynch is out the door with him. I don't think those two are relieved of their respective duties individually.
No, I don't think so either. And with the Monty thing, well, what you said, I agree with, and it makes perfect sense. The perception and the narrative is Monty isn't tied to Luke. So if he gets rid of him, the perception will be, all right, now he can bring in his guy. Even though what you said makes perfect sense. Like he essentially picked his guy this offseason.
And I feel like I'm an outlier in that thinking.
You're a one-man wolf pack.
I'm a one-man wolf pack. Yes,
but
indeed.
It makes sense.
Don't,
like I
don't
get
turn
it.
your back on the wolf pack.
I get it. You're actually right. Like he had a decision to make and he made his decision. Yeah. That's his coach now. But perception is reality a lot of the times, right? The thing will be, well, now you get to line up the GM and the coach and all this other stuff. I feel like the organization may be hypersensitive to the whole unbalanced nature of GM and coach and be like, all right, well, Monty, pick your guy. We're going to ride with you two for better or for worse. So I think Monty has that in his back pocket as well.
Okay. I think this is what happens when you draft a quarterback in the first. This is what happens when you draft a quarterback that high, at number 3 overall, and you don't play him. This is what happens when you have a quarterback in waiting. These are the types of questions. Now, it's when you make that decision as an organization to draft a quarterback in the first round. Jordan Love's the perfect example. The second Jordan Love was drafted, it was like, yo, what's going on? Even when Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted in New England, he was drafted in the second round. Yeah. That had people looking around like, yo, what is this? What's happening here? Anytime you draft a quarterback high in the draft, and then only 2 people could have drafted Trey Lance higher than the San Francisco 49ers did. You create this stuff. You create questions, you create angst. And when you don't go out there and fire on all cylinders, especially offensively, when you don't go out there and protect the ball, when you don't have stellar quarterback from that guy who's got his very obvious replacement sitting right behind him, this is what happens. If the 49ers 5-3, 6-3, We're just waiting till the end of the season. Trey Lance becomes quarterback next year. We all know that that's going to happen.
Nope.
But when you have that slightest bit of struggle, or in the 49ers case, perhaps that large bit of struggle, this is what happens. And it's the downside. It's one, and it feels like there are a lot of downsides to drafting a quarterback very high in the draft. Because if you look over in New York for your man, Robert Saleh, Bob,
Salah,
it's not going well.
No.
I know Jacksonville's riding high off their second victory of the season. It's not going well there either.
Right.
Like, the only one who seems to be steady as they go is, shout out to our man Joe, it's Mac Jones in New England. But with Mac Jones, I think the situation was there's no alternative here. Mac Jones is our quarterback. We eliminated the conversation when we cut Cam Newton. You can speculate about vaccinations. You could speculate. You could expect. I think the person who said it best was Cam Newton. I'm too big of a presence to be behind a rookie quarterback. I'm not a clipboard holder. I'm not a graybeard. It doesn't work. They need someone else in that backup quarterback position. And I'm not the guy. If I had been there, it would have been the constant questions. If the Patriots are losing, when are you going to bring this guy in? When are you going to bring this guy in? The Patriots knew that and eliminated any conversation. It is Mac Jones, if he's healthy, for 17 games this season.
And right now, it looks like they did it the right way. That's the way it should be done. I was looking at some numbers here, and because when you talk about the offense, as frustrated as I've been about it, it hasn't been a disaster. It hasn't been as good as we expected, but it hasn't been a disaster. They're like in the middle of the pack on points per game. They're in the top 10, I think, in yards per game. And I hate belaboring this point because it sounds like a broken record, but it's the turnovers. They are third worst in the league at -9 differential in turnovers.
Yeah.
And that's on everybody. It's on the coach for not, I'm sure he tells them about it or whatever, but stressing the value of taking care of the ball. It's on the players for not taking care of the ball. The Jimmy Garoppolo's for throwing the picks, the untimely picks and things of that nature. They do not value the ball whatsoever. And it's just, it has killed this team this year. It's killed them.
Okay. I want to get back to something you said. I'm just asking a question. I'm a broadcast journalist. I just got a question to ask. You mentioned.
Thought I answered all your questions.
Well, okay, one more. You mentioned something about the San Francisco 49ers passing on elite talent. And then you mentioned Odell's name. I just got a question to ask since Odell is in the news here today, and I'll ask that question. We've also got Kings tickets coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We got James Ham coming up at 3, and a 49er legend is boxing. A point guard. Jesus.
Oh, man.
Sacramento's number one sports station.
I'm going to talk about that too.
I hope so. I sure hope you are. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. I think your boy Bob just needs to let Zach sit and get right and get his knee healthy and
what's his name?
Don't
Mike
put him
Smith?
back out there.
Mike Smith.
Let him rock. Let him rock. Yeah, let him get out there and rock. Zach Wilson's had some rough games this year, man.
Rough.
Had some rough games.
It kind of reminds me of the way Alex Smith started in San Francisco, where there's just nothing there. Yeah. There's nothing there, and you're throwing them out there to the wolves. It's like, oof.
Oh, you mean it took me a minute to figure out what you meant by that. Jesse, do you know who won tickets yesterday and the day before? Off the top of your head? Believe it or not, someone in the chatty house didn't win. It was Mark and Richard. That's who won yesterday and the day before. Yeah, I'm I'm wearing a turtleneck tomorrow. I think there's too much turtleneck slander here happening in the chat house.
What? Who ain't on turtlenecks?
We got those Kings tickets at 2 o'clock.
It's funny. I saw this video about Jordan 1 mids and like how, those who wear sneakers like us were so against the Jordan 1 mids. And then you saw when Jordan was wearing mids like a couple weeks ago. And people were like, "Oh, you jackasses against mids." And look at Jordan wearing them. Jordan also wears jeans that I wouldn't wear. So that doesn't mean anything to me.
Ooh. He does.
Some mids actually look good.
Too cold.
It's just not my bag. It's just not my bag. And why were you guys hating on turtlenecks?
Nah, they don't know. Kyle says they love them, but I think it's one of those things where he's like, "Yeah, I love it. We love it. Go ahead, wear it." I'm gonna wear it.
They're trying to set you up.
I know it's fine. Are you scared? I'll be there. The game 916. I'll be there. I ain't gonna say who else. I ain't gonna say who else is gonna be there in case Shy the Man is in here. Don't nobody tell Shy the Man that someone else might be there too. True story. The wild thing is, like, it's all his clothes too. It's like he got the only pair of Jordan jeans. It's like when we rock that hoodie that no one else has. It's like, hey, put my logo on some jeans.
We wear everything that's exclusive. Can't nobody get it.
Mm-hmm. God, you know better than that, Dr. David. You know better than that. Shy the Man has a certain love for a friend of ours who joined the show.
Crush on you.
Is that the Jets version? Did you just hit us with the Jets?
That was, I think it was Mario Winans, and it wasn't Shine. Oh man, that's gonna bother me.
Tell me who won up with us. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'll bang and let your brains. I remember the first time the ARC. I got the y'all got to hear this dude Shine. Remember that dude Puff said sound like Big? Yo, we got it. And I think it was on a Total remix, if I remember correctly. So we all ran to the ARC parking lot. Threw it in the CD player. Threw it in the CD player and listen to him drop that verse on that Total remix. Appreciate you being here with us, whether you're on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320 AM, know that you've got an opportunity coming up in 12 minutes to win tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah 1 week from Saturday. It'll be the second game after they return from the road trip. The first one will be Friday. It'll be the second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I'll probably be there Friday. I won't be there on Saturday, but
yeah, I think I'm gonna be there Friday too. I'm gonna go. Might be there Monday too.
Yeah,
Philadelphia's in town.
I might have to make that move, man. Come on now.
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
No, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. By the way, I think I teased something regarding Ben Simmons like 2 days ago and never paid it off. There was a Ben Simmons Celtics rumor. That is. No. Just no. Like, I can't say I'd put the chance at that being real at 0, but I'd put it at really freaking close to 0.
Damn close.
Just no.
For those who watch on YouTube and Twitch, to continue a conversation that we had coming out of that break, Shine didn't sound that much like Big now that we think about it.
No, he did. I feel like he did. Like if you pull up that verse he did with Total, I think it was Total. The first thing did he put on Wax? He did kind of sound like Big.
He actually sounded like Shine.
Yeah.
Like
now
Shine
he
like
sounds
Shine.
like Shine. But like then it was like it's Diddy, it's Bad Boy. Yeah, he kind of has
It's
a
like,
cadence similar to Big.
He didn't sound as much like Big as the guy. I think it was an artist. It wasn't a Dipset artist, but I think it was like a Jim Jones artist who sounded like Jay-Z. I forgot his name, but he rapped and sounded like Jay-Z. Oh, speaking of, have you heard Jay-Z's nephew rap?
No.
Oh man, he sounds just like his Uncle Jay. Just like him.
Do I need to search Jay-Z's nephew? Is that how I find it? I'll peep it. I ain't scared.
Yeah, I think I'm sure
the next few minutes by yourself.
I'm sure you put it on YouTube and put that in, you'll hear the song. But he sounds just like Jay.
Speaking of YouTube, we asked you who's the Kings' leading scorer tonight. 42% say Harrison Barnes, 36% say De'Aaron Fox, just 14% going with Buddy Buckets, Rashawn Holmes in single digits right now. So if you want to catch
closer than we usually see, huh?
Bryce had a good idea. I don't know that we're going to do it because it's scary, but he said we should let the chat house vote on what player we want to rock with, and whatever player, whatever amount of points that player scores, that's the discount on DeLoandKC.com.
I don't know if we want to do that on this road trip.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Now, if there's a team to do it against, it's probably San Antonio. It's probably San Antonio, but yeah, we'll table that for later. Hey, DeLoandKC.com. Kings win, discount. Boom. That's how we'll rock. Here. Kings go. Bob, no, we'll just say this. We'll save it. Discount Kings win tonight. Discount DeLoandKC.com. Tune into the social channels to find out the amount.
Yeah. We'll just leave it at that.
I'll sign up for Fox going for 45. I absolutely that's popping up here on YouTube. I'll sign up for
Fox
that.
going for 45. Fox going for 45 got to be in a win, though, man. It's got. Oh,
for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be
sure.
In a win. I can't. I love to see my man Fox go for 45 in any situation, but they're in dire need of wins right now. Maybe not dire need, but yeah, they're in dire needs. They need to go 3. Everybody's saying they need to go 3-1. They have to win. Dire need. So I don't care what he does, what anybody does on this road trip. I just need to go 3-1, 4-0.
Okay. Don't mind me. I want to hear Jay-Z's nephew.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, he sounds just like his Uncle Jay.
So we could take just a quick.
Well, dance, got the last laugh and made it look so easy.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but I ain't gonna let that rock too long because I ain't never heard that song and I don't know what my man's about to say. But you said to look up on YouTube Jay-Z's nephew. That's what popped up. That was Jay-Z's nephew. So
if Aceberg Slim is here, he would know where to find the song that I'm talking about.
Tag us in a post.
Yeah.
Tag us in a post. Speaking of, we've got our eyes on Twitter as we've been led to believe there could be some news regarding Odell Beckham Jr. sometime today, according to, I think it was Diana Rossini who tweeted this. Saints, Packers, Chiefs are the teams that he's mulling over right now, or at least amongst the teams that he's mulling over. And they all make sense. Those are teams that we've heard. Now teams are getting asked. I saw Bruce Arians. I'm sure I can imagine the entire media contingent laughed at this joke. Bruce Arians was asked if Tampa would pursue Odell Beckham Jr. Bruce Arians' response was, "No, too many letters. I've already got AB. I don't need OBJ." And knowing the way NFL media is, I can just imagine them going, "Ha ha ha ha." Schefter's wild, boy. I know I've been on my F. Schefter train for a while. He had some tweets yesterday, boy, that when they hit the timeline, I was like, oh.
So, yeah.
That's how we report now.
I don't know exactly what it is he said or tweeted, but I've seen his name coming up. and on awful announcing and things of that nature. So I'm gonna just, before I speak, I'm gonna just do my research, man, see what's going on. But yeah, Schefter's name keep popping up.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yikes. I mean, dear editor, or thank you, Mr. Editor, that's bad. This, I don't know. Yikes. That's all I can say. It was rough. But I want to go back to a remark you made about Odell Beckham Jr. Is the NFL media is waiting for, where's Odell going to land? Does it matter? You said the 49ers passed in on high-end talent. You were talking about Odell Beckham Jr. I like Odell. I'm a hashtag Odell guy. Are we sure he's that?
We're not sure. We're not sure.
Is this a big, like, whatever happens today with Odell Beckham, regardless, Saints, Packers, Chiefs, hell, if he winds up with the Raiders, whatever it is it a big deal?
Well, I still believe in Odell Beckham and his ability. So yes, it is. It's a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal if one of those teams get him.
Okay.
I do. I think he can be a game changer.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, Antonio Brown signed with the Bucs last year. And it was like, yeah, it was cool. It's not 101 receptions, Antonio Brown, but okay, fine. And then the Super Bowl got here. It was like, oh, so that's where game changing came into effect with Antonio Brown last year. And I do wonder if the Saints, the Packers, the Chiefs, or whoever maybe mulling conversations with Odell Beckham Jr.'s agent, I wonder how many of them think, I don't care what he does in week 9 or 10 or 11 or 12. But what does he do in the wild card or the divisional round? What does he do in the conference championship? What does he do in the Super Bowl? There is where he can be game changing. We know he's capable, if nothing else, of making dynamic plays that few players in this entire league can do. He is very elite in that category. I don't know that he's elite in a game-to-game basis anymore, as he very much once was. And I don't know that any of those teams that we just named are looking for him to be elite, save maybe the Saints are. But he can be good.
Yeah.
I don't know. We make he's a big name. That's for sure. He's a very big name. I don't know how big of a deal the signing is. Of course, I'll eat those words come February if he does anything along the lines of what Antonio Brown and Rob Gronkowski did in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, but he could be washed. He could be.
I don't think he's
not the OBJ that we remember.
That. I don't think he's washed, but I don't think he's that. I don't think we went over the numbers earlier this week or last week or whatever it was. They're stunning. They're Hall of Fame numbers.
Yeah.
For 3 seasons. They're Hall of Fame numbers. And then, things kind of change after that. Like, he ain't been to a Pro Bowl and think of how easy it is to get to a Pro Bowl. He ain't been to a Pro Bowl in years. And a lot of that is injury. There's injuries involved in New York. There's the fact he was on very, very bad New York teams. And then there was an injury involved in Cleveland as well. And
according to Senior, Baker just doesn't throw him the ball.
Baker just doesn't throw him the ball, I guess. It's it'll always be a weird footnote that Cleveland or Baker, however you want to frame it, couldn't win with Odell Beckham Jr. on the field.
And I wonder what that's all about.
But appears to be really successful when he's away. That's the weird part. It's not like he just stinks. It's like he's not good when Odell is there, but when Odell's gone, it's like, he's a max quarterback.
And then the crazy thing about that as well is when Odell is there, according to Odell Beckham Sr., it's not like Baker isn't good because he's force feeding Odell. Like, he doesn't get him the ball.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And it's not like for the most, or maybe there's things that go on behind the scenes or whatever the case may be. But it's also not as if Odell is making a big scene about all this when he's there and not getting the ball. Like it's just literally
which is what people are expecting.
Yeah, it's just one of these things where when he's on the field, they haven't been good. And it feels like it has nothing to do with him or Baker. It just is what it is.
I want to,
and then they're good again.
I want to get back to that. It's so weird. I want to get back to that, but we want to give you Kings tickets first. The Sacramento Kings taking on Utah on November 20th. That's the Saturday. That's the second game after they return from this 4-game road trip. The first one will be Friday. But it's 1 week from Saturday. We've got 2 tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah. And we got caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. And we'll get you all set up again. That's 916-349-1320. We're sending you to see your Sacramento Kings all week long here on ESPN 1320. Outside of, I mean, is there how many players in the NFL are like irreplaceable? Like, because Odell, phenomenal wide receiver. But and this is this question will always stick, and I don't know that we'll ever get the answer. Because we talked about, could a wide receiver be an MVP? And the answer is like probably not, because that means the quarterback is racking up the yards. Though Jimmy Garoppolo and Deebo Samuel kind of fly in the face of that theory, at least for a handful of games this year. But wide receivers to me feel like, you just get another one. They're replaceable. You got to have a great quarterback to go with a great wide receiver. At least that's what it feels like. Jerry Rice had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks with him. But I don't know. Is there a player in the NFL? Is there a position in the NFL? Is there a position in sports that's irreplaceable? Like, I feel like the only like a quarterback, a great starting quarterback, is the only irreplaceable position in the NFL.
I think that's true. I think a lot of people would say 2 other positions. I think a lot of people would say your left tackle and a elite pass rusher. I, for one, have said, and I just believe this, that an elite outside pass rusher, think Nick Bosa, Von Miller, or what are those guys, Myles Garrett. I think those players are slightly overrated. And what I mean by that is, like, I think I've told the story on here before, the year Myles Garrett and Deshaun Watson were in the draft. And a lot of people were like, you have to take Myles Garrett. And I just thought it was crazy to take that position over an potentially elite quarterback. And be like, no, you win in the trenches, all this. No, you win with a quarterback. And if you have a quarterback there, it's not even close to the level of importance. A pass rusher is not even close to the level of importance that the quarterback is. Because essentially, think about all the teams that you see that have these elite pass rushers. Like, the guy is good, like Von Miller with the Broncos. The guy is great. Like, he's a game changer. But what happens when you see that? It's usually the entire front that starts getting like shine. Like, you get this random defensive tackle. They're like, I'm telling you, this guy, he can't be guarded. Like, he puts so much pressure, It ends up being the front 4 just in general. It's not the other guys are average, and then this one guy is dominating. So I think his quarterback, left tackle has to be in there. I know a lot of people will say pass rusher. I believe an elite middle linebacker is more important than a top flight pass rusher. I could be wrong. I know a lot of the football people will come at me for that one, but I'll take, if you give me the best linebacker in the game, I'll take him over who you think is the best outside linebacker pass rusher guy is.
Okay.
I think they control the game more than the pass rusher.
In the NBA, it's not even positions that are irreplaceable. It's players, because they're all different positions. Like, Giannis, I guess, is technically a center.
Mm-hmm.
Or LeBron's technically whatever he wants to be that game. Yeah, like it's players that become irreplaceable, not necessarily positions. There's probably, though, even with all of that said, only a handful of players in the NFL that are irreplaceable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we designated him the unanimous, undisputed. Lamar Jackson is irreplaceable. Like, you just can't, like, if something happened to Lamar Jackson right now for Baltimore, you could have another good quarterback. You could have another very good quarterback, but they're not just going to be able to walk in and do what Lamar Jackson does.
Right.
And Brady's probably irreplaceable. I think he is, not probably. He is. He is the main reason for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' success the last season and a half. Like, he's irreplaceable. I don't know how many guys. I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is.
That was my pick. We saw
what the Packers look like without him.
Yeah, you know how I feel about him. But when you talk about like what this team is with him compared to what they are without him, it is literally night and day. It is literally Super Bowl contender, legit Super Bowl contender, to a team that is in the bottom third of the league, at least right now, where Jordan Love is right now. And we all know how you and I both know, or both feel, about Aaron Rodgers. But on the field, I think he might be, aside from Lamar, because Lamar is the one, and I tried to get somebody outside of Lamar when I thought about this discussion. Outside of Lamar Jackson, I think it might be Aaron Rodgers. There's an argument that can be made for Dak Prescott.
Oh, there's a great argument that we talk about seeing it for a game from Aaron Rodgers. We saw it for a season with the Dallas Cowboys.
Now, this year they played without Dak, and they were able to get a win.
Not bad, yeah.
So maybe this year, maybe it's something that changes from year to year.
Sure.
So last year they could not survive,
but that was a game, and I think there's a difference for teams in both the Dallas Cowboys and their opponent. I think there's a difference between, because remember, Dak was ruled out like late, like it was. I think he was legitimately a game time decision. Whereas before, his foot was pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And everybody knew he was done playing. So like, he was done. So as a Dallas Cowboy team and as teams on the schedule, you knew no matter what, Dak Prescott wasn't playing. I think the mentality for that is different. I think teams can prepare differently, both the team, in this case, the Dallas Cowboys, and their opponent. I think the preparation for that is differently. And I don't have any interest in finding out, because I'm a big fan of Dak Prescott. But if Dak had been, for whatever horrible reason, ruled out again this year, I don't know. In Cooper Rush had a hell of a ball game. He played fantastic. I don't know if he's maintaining that for the next 9 games.
Right. Yeah, it's a good.
But you're right, though. He was irreplaceable last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was irreplaceable last year.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else.
So I'll hit you with one, and this is going to cause. I don't want to cause a fight amongst the chat house. Or who's the most irreplaceable player on the Kings?
I think it's De'Aaron. Some would say Harrison.
Some would. Some would. Is then your boy that you're looking at.
I would. That's Harrison.
It's not a knock on De'Aaron. That's not a knock on De'Aaron.
Harrison. They don't have anything behind Harrison right now. They don't have nothing behind him. You can make the argument they got Tyrese and Davion that could fill in for what Fox brings to the table. Lynn and Tristan Thompson to fill in for Rashawn Holmes or something like that. Harrison, yeah, they need Harrison.
I'm gonna I'm gonna take down the leading scorer poll over on YouTube.com and ask who is the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings. I'm genuinely curious what people will say about that.
It's crazy.
I mean, the answer is Luke Walton. Luke Walton is the most irreplaceable.
The interesting thing about that, though, is I don't think we're just going by the chat right now. I don't think anybody has said Fox once.
Well, that's because people are down on De'Aaron right now.
I'm not. Well, I'm down on him, but I'm not out on him. Not saying that these people are out on him, but I still think he is the most talented, naturally talented player that this team has.
So this is tough. So on for the poll question on YouTube, you can only put 4 entrants.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Tyrese.
Okay. But who's the 4th?
Rashawn.
That's okay. That's who I put. I didn't, but we got a rookie who we tasked with, being a culture changer.
He could be in there too, but I think Rashawn gets.
Got 4. Okay, so we'll get Rashawn. The question is posted right now at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're listening on the radio or the Odyssey app, we hope you'll go check us out on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If I wasn't an idiot, I'd figure out how to post it on Twitch too. But unfortunately, I'm an idiot and I can't figure it out. As you're voting in the poll too, if you're just jumping in and hanging out, hit the thumbs up and subscribe button as well.
My man Brian, shout out to him. He goes, "We've got examples of the team falling apart without Tyra."
Hey, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
What are the examples that we have of them falling apart?
Last year.
They didn't fall apart. Didn't they win the OKC game?
They started losing. Remember when Tyrese? No, Tyrese, not the late injury. The when he got injured, he missed like a game or two. The fourth game in
2 games, they got beat. They
lost.
The Rockets got beat by the Warriors. What about the 3 games they won when he was gone at the end of the season? Oh, that was different.
Well, that was different. Boy, this is the best poll question ever. 32% say De'Aaron, 32% say Harrison, 23% say Tyrese.
This is your dream. This is what you've been looking for.
Finally, we got the poll question popping over on YouTube. We'll ask James Ham this question when he joins us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour or around 3 o'clock or whenever the hell James Ham wants to join us. It's his show too. He could jump in. A couple of quick hits we got to get into, and we'll talk about the Kings, this road trip, and the game tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. That's all up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Boom, boom. Okay, Manny. Congrats, Manny.
Hey, nice. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Yesterday, we talked about Canelo Alvarez. All hail King Canelo, as he is the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the sport today. Had to give him his props, had to give him his respects, had to give him his flowers. Now, with what we typically like to do in boxing and following boxing, it's not always about what happened. It immediately jumps to what's next. And a lot of people have been trying to figure out what's next for Canelo Alvarez. Who should he fight next? Who deserves a Canelo Alvarez fight next? He's done work with PBC now. I'm going to just be real. That's where he should stay, I think, for the time being, because that's where his best fights are. Now, a lot of people are saying Better BF would be a great fight. I do not disagree. That'd be a great fight to see him. But he shouldn't necessarily be forced to move up without clearing out the division that he's at right now, the 168. So the biggest fight, well, there's 2 great fights, right? And they're 2 great fights for 2 different reasons. The first one will be Charlo. Canelo versus Charlo is a massive fight. It is a massive, massive fight for the culture, for boxing, all this other stuff. Massive fight. That's one way he could go. But the fight that a lot of people want to see Canelo take, I think, is the biggest challenge for him. I think personally is the guy Canelo doesn't want any part of. And that's the guy that's fighting on Saturday night as David Benavidez. I think David Benavidez is the toughest fight out there for Canelo. I think I would pick Charlo or Benavidez to beat Canelo. No disrespect. Doesn't mean Canelo can't win. I just think those two can beat him. So I would pick those two, but it's either Benavidez or Charlo. And if anybody says Gennady Golovkin is and should be the next fight for Canelo Alvarez, don't listen to that person. Run far, far away from that person. Because I'll tell you right now, and I'm just going to be frank, no one wants to see that shit. And that's the 13th round. Yeah, the zone is fucked. Like they've promised a bunch of stuff that they can't deliver on. They're done. And I like, look, once again, I like the idea of the zone. I think it makes sense. You got your app, you pay your $10 or whatever, you get all these good fights. But that's not how boxing works. Like you have to pay these people for these mega fights a lot of money. If once again, the Canelo situation, Canelo made like $18-20 million on pay-per-view for one fight. He fights for another. He fights this one, Charlo and Benavidez. He's probably going to make $25 million at least for each fight. $75 million in a year and a half. There you go, 40. So he's making 40 is a minimum for him each fight that's on pay-per-view. He's doing $120 million in a year and a half. Why would I go to the zone where they're well, this is what happened the first time. They said, we'll give you this amount of money. And when they couldn't do it no more, they tried to take the money back. Canelo's like, no, we ain't doing that. It's about damn time. I wouldn't be, you don't got to be in the casket, but yeah, I'd like to see that fight. I think Andre beat the brakes off of Triple G. Triple G's old, and he's looking a little funny in the light now that we get further and further away from his little HBO run, and looking a little funny in the light. Yeah, we ain't talking to him this week.
All right. And he said yes. We'll get him right out the break. I bought these. Man, I hate when I mess up something I buy. There's like no way to fix it.
What's that?
Got these. I wanted these specific movie posters, but I couldn't find like the post. I'll tell you later. Appreciate you for being with us. Yes, we are on the Odyssey app. We're on 1320 AM. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We got a poll question up over there on YouTube. Who's the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings? Harrison Barnes leading the way right now.
Boy. Did he start out in the lead?
I think we ended tied at 32% to 32%. Now it's 37%. And De'Aaron and Tyrese are tied. At 27%. Right?
And people thought I was being disrespectful to De'Aaron Fox. Jeez.
But I think you bring up a great point. If something, and nobody wants this to happen, but if something were to happen to De'Aaron, you have Tyrese and Davion. Not that they can be De'Aaron, but they can steady things a little bit. You lose Harrison. What you going? It's Buddy Love at the 3 all day.
Oh my gosh!
See?
Oh my gosh!
See? Look at the reaction you had right there to that.
Dear Lord! Now, two things. They're not matching up here. These things aren't equaling each other right now. Because through everything that's gone on in these first 12 games, I think the consensus has been the Kings are good, they're fine, whatever the case may be, but they're only going to take them as far as De'Aaron plays and as far as he goes. So if he's not there, you're not going far. That's almost the definition of irreplaceable.
Let's revisit that. That's a solid point. Let's revisit that. We'll keep an eye on the vote, see if it changes anybody's mind. As a matter of fact, I think you steered people the other way. Harrison's now running away with it. 916-349-1320. I think people are just down on Fox, by the way. I think that's ultimately what this is. But let's get to our man, Mitch. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Hey, Damon.
Mitch, what's up, man?
How you doing? Before I get to baseball, Odell Beckham, since when did he have the goal to be making demands in only 3 teams? What leverage does he have?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Just 2 quick things. Did you say before I get to baseball? Mitch,
it's still baseball season.
No, Mitch, it's not. No, Mitch, it is not baseball season. Second of all, Odell didn't make any demands. He's a free agent.
Well, I think Mitch is saying he demanded to get traded.
He can sign whatever he wants, but he wants to play for a winner. I mean, he thinks he's the LeBron of football. How about signing with the Chargers or the 49ers? And with baseball, Casey, I dare your Giants to sign Corey or Clayton or even Max. I dare you guys.
What?
Come on, you want those 3. You be doing so much.
Here, if y'all were on the chat, if y'all in YouTube or Twitch, I just make this clear for those on the radio. That was Kenny's call right there.
I like talking to Mitch, man.
Mitch said, before I get to baseball, like, wait, what?
He said, well, it is baseball season. No,
no, Mitch, it's very much not.
He said Corey, so I'm thinking he's Corey Seager, Max Muncy. I didn't know Max was a free agent, or Kershaw. No, we don't want Kershaw. We're not signing Kershaw. It's almost time to take Kershaw off the pasture. Max Muncy, I mean, I can't stand the guy just because of how he destroys the Giants, and I just don't like his face. But
damn,
I mean, well, that's what you say with somebody when you're just kind of irritated. Like,
I get it, but damn.
Yeah, he just makes this little face every time in the dugout, and when he hits his little home runs, pisses me off. He'd be great as a Giant, though. I'd love to have him as a Giant. I'd root for him.
Won't bother you as much?
No, not at all.
All right.
And then Corey Seager, yeah, I mean, Corey Seager would be great with the Giants. I don't think any of those guys are leaving the Dodgers.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
I'd rather have Carlos Correa over Corey Seager.
Well, that's a possibility too, isn't it?
Yeah, they're saying he might be asking for 300.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
OJ. He does not like guys with that many. And then OJS, OBJ. Like Mitch is not having it, man. He is not having it at all. All right, we'll get back to the Kings here in just a minute. I'm kind of stuck on we can only go as far as De'Aaron takes us. Isn't that the definition of irreplaceable? We'll revisit that. James Ham going to join us coming up here around the top of the hour.
Got a quick hit.
Okay.
Shout out to Sac State men's basketball. Got that win last night over William Jessup. Shout out Coach Lair. Started the game up 30-2.
That's okay. That is they did not take a page out of the book of the Sacramento Kings.
No, they did not. Can you indulge me for just a second?
Sure.
I love basketball. We talk about all the college basketball that I watch. I also shout out to the women's basketball team who had a tough double overtime loss to the Cal Golden Bears. Also, the men's Cal team, they lost to UC San Diego. It's ugly down there in Berkeley. I don't know what's going on. But I love basketball. I think the city loves basketball. Why isn't Sac State a bigger deal? I know people always talk about the gym and all this other stuff, but at the end of the day, it's a Division I program in a city that loves their sports and loves their basketball. I just don't understand why Sac State isn't bigger.
I don't have an answer to that.
I think it might be
not the most compelling conversation I can offer you. I don't have an answer to that. I don't know why. I don't know why they're not bigger.
I think they gotta make a run. They gotta make a run for a tournament spot, and I just think they consistently show some love for them. Another thing, I've talked about this a number of times. They're not on TV a lot now. We got you covered here on ESPN 1320. You can always listen to the Sac State Hornets. But I understand some people are visual. They want to see the team playing. They don't have a TV deal. They're barely on ESPN. Well, they are during the preseason. But once the league comes, You can't even find them on TV. That's got to change.
Mm-hmm.
Let's change. ESPN 1320 and get them a TV deal.
Is there something to be said for like, because I'm trying to run through these. I'm trying to run through a couple in my head. Like, is it like state schools can be a little bit more difficult to latch on to?
Maybe. I don't know how that works, though. I really don't, because you think about Arizona State, Michigan State.
They're Oklahoma.
Like,
absolutely. There's
so
there's examples out there for sure.
I don't. That's I don't have an answer for. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm always down for our man. I just can't. My fingers have gotten too fat. I can't.
don't know. I don't know if.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I don't quite know how to answer that.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
Lake Show says just saw a few Sac State football games on Channel 31, and that's fine. Why isn't basketball on Channel 31? I know they like to show a lot of Two Broke Girls, a lot of Blackish, Malcolm in the Middle, and with two and a half men. I know they like to show a lot of that, but they can carve out 2.5 hours on a Tuesday or a Thursday for Sac State men's basketball. I don't understand why that hasn't happened.
I am trying to figure out the last time my TV might have been on Channel 31. I don't know. I don't know when that might have been.
I think the only reason I know that is because they place, maybe it's 13. I thought it's 31. They play some Giants games on there on Friday.
To be clear, the channels have become like calling somebody. Because I just go to the screen and press the show. So if I want to watch, I don't know what channel.
Is right. Yeah. 30. They Friday night home games for sure. Giants play on 31. That's how I know their lineup.
Okay.
But
stick around for a couple episodes.
Kings are playing on Channel 31.
Okay.
A couple times. Why can't Sac State men's and women's basketball? Just put them on there. Nobody's watching 31 anyway.
Well, damn. I don't know. Maybe them Two Broke Girls reruns pop.
I know once you start watching one, you kind of watch. You end up watching 3 in a row.
I ain't gonna lie. That's how I feel about that. I ain't gonna lie. That's how I feel about 2.5 Men. I know it's cheesy as hell.
2.5 Men.
It's cheesy as hell, but like you catch me watching a couple and I laugh.
I'm not mad at that. I just had really
jokes.
Because Two Broke Girls, like I said, I watched that, and then they have Stifler's mom. She's kind of funny on there too. Like I'll watch about 3 straight episodes with Two Broke Girls.
That woman has had a long, distinguished acting career, and she is known as Stifler's mom. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Latest round of college football playoff rankings came out yesterday. Georgia at number 1, Bama at number 2, Oregon at number 3, Ohio State moves into the number 4 spot. Cincinnati, they're there too. They're 5.
But partner, when you're right, you're right, and you were right. All this is for an opportunity to make that game the day after Thanksgiving or the Saturday after Thanksgiving be for a loser leaves town match.
Yep.
So all this is. Cincinnati being 5 means really nothing. Well, I take that back. If Michigan loses on Saturday, maybe that pushes them out a little bit. Well, it pushes them out all the way, I think.
Like they've put Cincinnati in the sweet spot where it's like we don't love them.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't hate them because they only need one thing to go. So if Ohio State beats Michigan, there's nothing there. But if Michigan beats Ohio State, they probably just switch places or no, not probably. They do. They just switch places. Or maybe even Michigan moves up ahead of Oregon. If Oregon gets bounced, you've got Cincinnati there. Right now they're playing with Oregon or Cincinnati. And I think they're comfortable with that. And I think they feel like there's no way we're getting both. We could deal with one. We're not getting both. And my guess is they'd rather have Oregon.
And you know who's waiting in the wings who I can't stand. Like this is where it gets it gets crazy for Cincinnati. Oklahoma's waiting in the weed in the weeds.
Now that's a school that they hate. They do not
I do
like
too.
Oklahoma.
Then for good reason.
Yeah.
You talk about Notre Dame getting smacked, and that's another team that may be lurking in the weeds as well.
They ain't lurking. They can't. They can't. They ain't lurking. Ain't no lurking from Notre Dame. They ain't there.
If Oregon loses, Notre Dame, it just comes down to what games they have left. Now Notre Dame don't have enough left.
That's what I mean. That's what
they
I
don't have
mean.
enough left in the schedule. But Oklahoma's lurking, but they really want Michigan versus Ohio State to be a win or go home type situation.
And everything in it should. Like it's setting up for this to be the most meaningful Michigan Ohio State game in
I think they had one
a handful
in
of years.
2000. Well, the one where RJ Barrett ran and got that favorable spot. The 1 year Harbaugh.
Oh, that was a good call.
Stop.
It was a good call. That was the right call.
No, relax. Terrible call.
Right call. Nah.
So there's that. And then remember the year, I think it was 2000 and maybe 8 when they were both undefeated going into that game.
49-45 or 46-45 was the final score, something like that.
It might have been, yeah. It was a 1-score game and they were both undefeated.
That was the year. That was the year there was conversation about, do you run it back?
And because that was still BCS, right?
Yeah. It, do you run back? And I think they went LSU, or I can't remember if it was LSU or Florida. And it's different to distinguish them both because they both beat the crap out of Ohio State.
Yeah, Florida. It was Florida because Ted Ginn took it to the house to open the game.
First play of the game.
Beat down the rest of the time.
They got whooped.
Chris Leak went to work on those boards.
I could probably find an original D'Lo tweet that was like when Ted Ginn got in the end zone, something like, "See, I told you it should have been Ohio State, Michigan. Told you it should have been Ohio State, Michigan 2 weeks in a row."
So yeah, I think that's where we're headed to it, and I agree with you. It should be. That would be. Guess where I'll be at 9 a.m. on that Saturday morning, glued to my television.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we can do that. We can do that. We could be somewhere sipping mimosa somewhere.
I can see if I can track down some Luke Belair. We make that happen. Your man's Nikola Jokic got a 1-game suspension for the hit on the Morris twin. I believe that was Markieff. We knew that was coming. Whatever. Yeah. I don't really care. It's basketball play. It's whatever. Yeah. My issue is with the way his brothers continue to conduct themselves and nobody saying anything about it.
Right. And I don't have no problem with. I don't necessarily have a problem with what he did because of what Markieff did. Markieff.
That's trash.
That's trash. So they went at each other. Like you said, it's about the Thug brothers that we're talking about. And did you see the latest report that the Thug brothers have already secured tickets for the next game in Miami?
And the NBA don't have a problem with that, huh?
No. So I asked the question on Twitter. I said, okay, well, would we have a problem if Philly was in the building and for that game? And what I mean by that, for those that don't know, the Morris brothers are from Philly. I'm sure they got friends and people that they look at as brothers in Philly. And if they felt the need to come to that game and be in attendance, I think that's where, all right, now this has gone too far, guys. We need to get back.
We can't have that element. It's bad for basketball.
Okay. Yeah, I just
unrelated. I said bad for basketball out loud. Did you see the latest Sarver thing with his wife?
Yeah.
Like, who is advising you people?
These people are dumb.
Apparently, his wife text I guess a handful of employees and of course the employees went public like, yeah, we just received some threatening notices from Robert Sarver's wife.
These fools put it in writing and did it themselves. Wow.
Your accounts, that's you. Like, you can't lie about this. Oh man, what?
But
again, who is advising you people?
I was listening to who was it? Oh, it was Bill Simmons. Over the weekend. Good. But he was talking about this situation and he kind of talked about like what we were saying. like a lot of people feel like this is going to be like Sterling. And he was like, and I agree with him. It ain't that. Like, I don't know what they can do if he doesn't want to sell.
They can do. I'm sure they can do something. But
find the hell out of him.
I'm
suspend him, bar him from the team.
You can do that. Like, yeah, you can. But what I mean is, like, the grounds. Like, what grounds do you have to do? Like, what can they prove? It's not what happened.
Right.
It's what they can prove happened. With Sterling, it was very easy.
Right.
We heard it. We all heard it. What can they actually prove happened? Is there a recording, a phone call? Is there an email chain, a text chain, whatever? Like, they have to be able to prove something to take an extreme measure, and I just don't. I don't know that that's there.
Yeah. And I feel like, and I hate to keep coming back to this because you probably have a better memory of it for me, but when he suspended or banned Sterling, Adam Silver, control went to Shelley, and Shelley said, "I'm willing to sell." That's kind of how all this happened, right?
Yes, if I remember correctly, what happened is the NBA told Sterling, "You're going to have to sell. You're going to sell this team," and he said no. And then ultimately, it was Shelley who said, "We're going to sell this team." And then I think there was I vaguely remember some sort of statement being put out saying that Shelley had been given permission to negotiate the sale on his behalf and basically negotiate. And as we went over the negotiation, it was over a 2-day period. And the way the story has always been told is Steve Ballmer sat down and said, "What do you want?" And the number was like, "Well, we believe that the team is worth 1 point something. How about $2 billion?
Here's two. Get out of my face."
And that was the end of it.
Here's two. Give me the goddamn keys.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
So in this case, there has to be a Shelley, and if the wife who we're going to control is not acting as Shelley is, it's not going to be as seamless. So that's the crazy thing about this.
They're taking a different approach. They're taking a very, very different approach.
Speaking of punishing people and fines, did you see what the NFL did with Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay Packers?
You are not speaking of punishing people and fines. If you're talking about, did you see what the NFL did? Come on. We knew. They don't care. They didn't care. They knew they had to do something. They didn't even slap them on the wrist. They were just like, "Hey, go to your room where your 75-inch TV is and your PlayStation is." And
didn't take appliances away or nothing.
Yeah, your iPad is up there. Your phone's up there. Like your iMac is up there. Just go to your room. All right, Dad, cool. That's what I'm going to do. That's what the NFL did.
I didn't
expect
anything differently, but it was like, that's whack. It's whack.
Yeah, it's dumb, but it's when you mentally prepare yourself for that, it's no big deal. Frank Gore, 49ers legend, is, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm just going to fall back. We're going to bring the 13th round here to the radio show because I'm going to need you to explain this to me. Frank Gore is in fact fighting, and he's fighting Darren Williams. Frank Gore, the running back, is fighting Darren Williams, the point guard. I'm not prepared. So this is a thing. This isn't a one-off anymore. This isn't recreational boxing is now officially a thing that people are going to pay for and watch.
Well, yes and no, because these two by themselves, no, hell no. Nobody's paying for that. I.e., Lamar Odom has fought twice, and nobody even sees those. The Paul brothers, people pay to watch them.
And correct me if I'm wrong here. Hit me to this. Those dudes aren't boxers.
I think they're technically
I'm
boxers.
not asking whether they can box. I'm asking.
Well, no, I mean like they're legally sanctioned fighters. They have
they
a
are
professional
okay.
record and things of that nature. So
Okay,
technically they are real boxers. Now, here's the thing. Here's where I'll defend, the real boxing community with when people look at like, oh, you guys are just letting Deron Williams and Frank Gore fight. These guys they're not sanctioned fighters. They don't have a chance to win a belt. Like that's not what's going on here. They're literally agreeing amongst each they're agreeing amongst each other to fight, and there's a price for it. And I equate it to this. It's like if it's the anniversary of Tyson versus Holyfield 1 before he bit his ear.
Okay. A hell of a fight.
Yeah, I was beat down by Holyfield.
Yeah, well, indeed it was. It was a hell of a fight because you remember it was the first time we'd seen that happen. I'm like, this wasn't Buster Douglas.
No.
Dude, I got a Buster Douglas story, but go ahead.
Ooh, I can't wait. But it's like if Holyfield and Tyson said, we're going to play 21. Like nobody would be like the NBA letting these guys come in and play basketball. Like, no. So Frank Gore, Deron Williams, they'll be fighting, but it's not.
We'll make a TV show. The NBA would make a TV show out of it too.
Oh, that's on All-Star Weekend.
Be like the horse was during quarantine.
I'd watch. I ain't gonna lie to you. Tyson versus Holyfield 1-on-1
in a game of 21 where neither competitor ever gets to 21.
I'm watching. So that's what's going on with this boxing match. It's not the pros. They're out here getting the bag. I don't think anybody would pay to watch them though.
Do we know how much those guys make on the undercard? Is that disclosed?
Jake and Logan Paul. Well, Jake for sure has been like, I make sure everybody in my undercard gets paid. Nobody's getting peanuts like they do in the UFC. So
that's what they get in the UFC.
They certainly do. My guess would be, I could look this up and see what happened on the last one, but my guess would be like $50,000, maybe $100,000.
Okay. So what is Jake? What do the main eventers make?
He's in the millions. He's like in 10, 15 million.
Per fight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. Well, Logan fought Floyd, and that was big money. And Jake made a lot of money off his last one. I'll look it up. I think
Logan Floyd Mayweather. Obviously, that's big money.
But there's going to be a cap on this. Like they can't do this forever. The Ball brothers. Like right now, it's intriguing. They're fighting guys that
10 million a hit. They don't have to.
They don't have to.
Get a couple more under your belt. be a wrap.
Well, yeah, they can't because one of two things are going to happen. They're either going to run out of people to fight, or they're going to fight real boxers and get destroyed.
And you're going to lose. Yeah, it's all going to be over. Yeah, so, they're going to get Buster Douglas.
Who cares? They'll be rich by that point. Well, they already are rich.
Yeah, rich now. Yeah. And James Ham is rich. At least that's what I heard. And if not, he'll just build his riches. That's what he'll do. He'll build them by hand. James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider. He joins us next here on this game day with D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
I'll be back.
So I'll tell you the story because it is a wrestling story, and I'll tell it to Kenny later. For some reason, on Saturdays, like especially when the Kings don't play and there's not like a college football game that I'm like really, really compelled by, I'll put on because I've been using Saturdays. You probably noticed this for those who go to DLoandCasey.com to do a lot of work on the website. So I just like having familiar sounds playing in the background. So I put it on Peacock and the WWE Network, and I put on old episodes of Saturday Night's Main Event this past weekend. And it wasn't a Saturday Night's Main Event. It was the main event. And it was Macho Man versus Hulk Hogan, and Buster Douglas was the referee. And this was right after, like days after Douglas knocked out Tyson. And so they must have brought Douglas out to some copyrighted music because it was obviously dubbed over. And so when something is dubbed over on the network, you can hear the announcers, but you can't hear the crowd. So when you go watch it, they announced Douglas, and what got my attention was the cheesy ass music. And I looked up, and you can't hear it, but you see the crowd explode. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I forgot how over Buster Douglas was after that. So Douglas gets to the ring. They do the match, and then they do the big spot where Buster Douglas counts the 1, 2, 3, and then he squares off with the Macho Man. And this is like, for those who remember Tyson and DX and Tyson and Austin, bruh, that times 10. This time, because there's no music playing, you hear the crowd. The crowd is roaring for Buster Douglas to punch Mike Tyson, or to punch Macho Man. And the great thing is Hogan pushes him, and Douglas is supposed to punch him, but he kind of misses. Like, he tries to like lay up, so he's not actually punching the Macho Man. And Macho Man doesn't sell it. He comes right back, and you can see him say, "Hit me." And Douglas throws the right, down goes Macho Man, and the crowd goes crazy. And all I could think about was, man, I forgot how over Buster Douglas was. And I had to look it up. It was like days. It was like the very next weekend. It was days after he beat Mike Tyson, because the special referee for that match, it was Macho Man versus Hulk Hogan. The special referee of that match, it was supposed to be Mike Tyson. And when Mike got knocked out, he backed out. Like, Don King took him. He was like, "Hey, Vince, we're not doing this." And they were like, "Well, forget it. Let's try to get Buster Douglas." Buster Douglas agreed to do it, and it was great TV. Like, I don't think I had seen that event since it was live. And I just was floored by the response to Buster Douglas. I was like, man, that is dope.
What happened?
When Buster Douglas,
the whole thing, but
Buster Douglas was the referee a couple of days after his Tyson fight in a match with Macho Man versus Hulk Hogan on the main event, one of the primetime versions of Saturday Night's Main Event. And what I was talking about was like how over he was. Like, you can't hear it because the music is dubbed over it, so you can't hear the crowd, but you see them. And when Buster walks out, the crowd jumps and throws their hands in the air, and then he does this big spot with the Macho Man, and he is super, super over. Like, the crowd is roaring. It's on the Lake Show. It's on the WWE Network. It's under the Saturday Night's Main Event category of the WWE Network. Oh, man. Check out the Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. Check out your favorite artist on Odyssey, too, on the all-new artist radio stations. It's the all-new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Shout out to those who are listening to us on the Odyssey app. Shout out to those who use the rewind feature and forgot that they were on rewind and just called in to win tickets to see the Sacramento Kings, which we gave away 48 minutes ago.
Sorry, guy.
Hey, but we appreciate it. That's the
young lady.
That's the beauty of the app. Like, you can basically listen to the show on DVR.
Pretty much.
That's where we are. It's
I've
a
done it
DVR.
before.
Who is the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings? We posted that question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. The race is tightening. 36% say Harrison Barnes, 30% say De'Aaron Fox, 21% say Tyrese Halliburton, 13% say Rashawn Holmes. So it's close right now between Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox. Who was the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings? James Ham, certainly irreplaceable. To the left. He'll be with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as we get ready for Kings basketball against the San Antonio Spurs tonight.
I'm looking forward to this game, man, because this is a tone setter for the whole trip. I think how they come out against a team in San Antonio that once again, respect what they've done. Respect the coaching staff, the legend that is Pop and all this other stuff. I like DeJounte Murray. I like Lonnie Smith. You know, they got a lot of players that I like. Kings should beat them.
Mm-hmm.
But how do they come out? First game of road trip, you're going to be sluggish, or, you know, you're going to look for all the natural excuses that you have when you have some type of road game or first game of a road trip, all this other stuff. They need to come out ready to go. They need to come out ready to click on all cylinders. And I'm anxious to see what team comes out. You know what I mean? And we talked about it yesterday, how the starting unit has gotten behind in a lot of these games to start the season. Mm-hmm. Are they going to come out ready to go out the gate? It's as we get closer, I'm getting a little anxious.
I think James was getting anxious too. I knew James wasn't going to wait till 3:00. James loves us. I knew James wanted to get on here with us. That's why I started talking about James not going to be with us at 3:00. James is going to join us around 3:00. James is going to join us whenever he wants to, and he wants to join us now. And we're talking Kings basketball. We're thrilled. Let's bring you into the question that we posted. James 1320 Kings Insider James Ham with us. We asked, who is the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings?
Man, that's tough. I'm going to say Harrison Barnes, but
35% of the votes say Harrison Barnes, 32% say De'Aaron. That's over on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that means that. I mean, Harrison Barnes has been their best player so far, but I think we all know that De'Aaron Fox can be their best player, but that doesn't mean that he's not. You know, if you look at their roster construction, there's no one who does what Harrison does. Mm-hmm. So, you know, he's one of the few players they have on the team that can do like back to the basket, go down low and score. Yeah. So and then you look at his versatility to play the 3 and the 4. He can start at either position. He can shoot the 3 ball. Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible and totally irreplaceable in my book.
So, James, I don't disagree with anything that you say. I said De'Aaron Fox, but I understand the argument for Harrison Barnes for sure. Is what I'm about to say and irreplaceable, two different things. So what I'm going to say is we've heard numerous times at the end of the day, this team's only going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes him. Is that two different things as opposed to irreplaceable and maybe their most important player or something like that?
Yeah, I think they are totally two different things. I mean, you know, we talked about this quite a few times that like finding a player like Harrison, who's like a 16, 17 PER guy, like player efficiency rating, but he can sustain that for 35 minutes a night. It's not like common in the league. That's a rarity nowadays. I mean, it used to be that, you know, Latrell Sprewell played like 42 minutes a night and every other star level player played like 38, 39, 40 minutes a night. That's just not the league anymore. They've gone away from the heavy loads. And I think that's because the science has gotten a little bit better. They still don't really know like what causes injuries, what doesn't. And I can tell you there were players in the 70s, 80s, 90s that just never missed games for their entire careers. But when it comes to like finding a player like Harrison Barnes, the reason why they did not trade him last year, because, you know, again, like Boston Celtics, there are a bunch of teams that came out after Harrison really hard, was I had a conversation with Monty McNair. He's like, if I trade him, like, what does my team look like next year? What does my team look like the year after that? Like, I think at this point, we're probably looking at how do you extend Harrison Barnes more than you are like, well, what's his value? Because his value is extremely high right now. There would be 15 teams in the league that would be, all right, let me see how I can get him on my roster if you put him on the open market.
Yeah.
I did appreciate your latest episode of the Kings Beat podcast with Sean Cunningham, where you guys were engaged in a conversation. You were well into the podcast before you go, you know, let's show some love to Harrison Barnes, because that's kind of the way this goes. Is we talk about all of the good, we talk about all of the bad, we talk about all of the surprise, we talk about this and that, and then, oh, by the way, he scored 28 tonight. Let's give some love to Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I mean, that's every single show you feel like that, though. I mean, he's just so good. And even like, I think I read the quote that he had, and I don't, well, maybe I do have it in front of me, but his quote was, we can be a good team. The difference for us being a good team and being a non-playoff team is our consistency. And it's such a simple statement, but it speaks volumes to this team. I mean, on Friday night, they shoot the lights out. They shoot like 55%. They shoot 50 from three, including franchise record 22 3-pointers. 2 days later, they shoot 37% from the field. They cannot hit a shot at all. And then you get to Monday, and it's like a microcosm of everything, right? They have a great first half. One of the worst. Their third quarter looked exactly like the game that they played the day before, and then their fourth quarter looked exactly like the game they played on Friday. I mean, the inconsistency is not just one game to the next. It's one quarter to the next, one half to the next, and it's something that they have to figure out if they have aspirations. But even saying that, they barely lost every game, that they did lose. I mean, you're seeing some very, very close losses, even though you scored 11 points or 12 points in the third quarter. So I think there is, like, the one thing that is consistent is that they try hard. They are like a gritty, like, try hard team. It's just right now they're living and dying on whether shots go in the basket or they don't. And that's just not the way that you win, 50 games. That's not the way you win. There has to be more to your game when shots don't fall.
Yeah. What's going on with this starting unit, man? Because it hasn't been all the games, but there's been quite a few games, more than I would like, where they dig themselves a hole. They're down 9 points, 12 points, 15 points in Dallas, things of that nature. And it seems to be a pattern so far at 12 games into the season. What do you think the issue is with that, and why they get off to these slow starts sometimes?
I'm not sure, like, again, if you look at the third quarter of the Suns game, like, how do you come out so flat? How do you come out? And it wasn't just that they didn't look like they had energy. They just gave the ball away. I mean, they gave the ball away 10 times between Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox. I think it was like 6 or 7 times, just those two. Guys were running into each other. It was like such a lack of focus coming out of half. And then it snowballed so quickly. And it was like, wow, well, there goes this game. And it felt like a blowout. And, again, whatever happened in the fourth quarter, I almost, just throw out the window. Like, it is what it is. I mean, you were going to lose that game midway through the third. You knew you were losing that game. It didn't matter what was going to happen in the fourth, even the power comeback. They've got to figure that out, though. Like, whether it's the way that they break a huddle or it's the way that, that they prep for a game, I'm not sure what it is. But we've also seen different versions of that starting lineup. So the one that laid an egg in the third quarter against Phoenix, Tyrese Halliburton wasn't in that lineup, but he's been in parts of lineups that have done the same thing. So I think there are certain guys that are still searching to figure out who and what they are. Teams make adjustments. They have played some really good teams, some really long teams, some physical teams. And, sometimes there was something else that Harrison said. He said, like, we keep getting punched early by teams, and we're not the one that punches. And when that happens, you let the opposition get confidence. And once a team has confidence, it's really hard to beat them. So you let guys get loose, and it's really, really hard to beat them. Sort of the self-fulfilling, prophecy thing. Jimmer Fredette was a bad defender, but he was like one of the worst defenders ever at the NBA level. And I don't think it was because he was always out of position. It was that every player that came in knew that they were going to eat that night, and they came out firing. And so it became a self-fulfilling prophecy because every guy came in and they did do it. And there was nothing Jimmer could do about it, but the confidence level that players came in against him just gave him no shot.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC and 1320 Kings insider James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. You're going to be heading out in about 50 minutes or so to take part in the Luke Walton press conference, and I'm guessing that's when we'll find this out, but I'll go ahead and take a shot at it. Any update on Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, I've checked in all day, and they've got nothing for us yet. And the injury report is different this year. It used to be that we only got updates at like I think it was 10:30, like 1:30, and 5:30, and now we get them every hour. So like you're kind of strapped to your computer to check. But I've checked in with the Kings, and I've checked in with NBA's injury report. I think he's going to be a game time decision. The same thing with Terrence Davis. He rolled his ankle in that game on Monday, so he's hurting a little bit. I would expect one of them will play, but with a back injury, you just don't know, and the Kings are going to be slightly cautious because it's not just a back injury; it's back injury that it didn't. Then they had to hop on a plane, and you don't know what it's going to look, if he's going to swell up, if he's going to have issues when he gets to San Antonio. So we'll probably know when Luke comes on at the 4:00 hour, but probably not before that.
And I'll ask you another question that you may not have the answer to just yet, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Do we know the severity early on of Terrence Davis's? It was just an ankle, right? Because I was at the game on Monday, and I was worried it was a little more than that initially, but I saw some video replays. It looked like it was just an ankle. I know he was questionable coming into this morning, but any update on him?
Yeah, they're listing it as a sore ankle. They're not listing it as an ankle sprain. So I think he just got a little tweak. There's the 3 grades of ankle sprain, which like we have to go through. As part of the job is to go through and read WebMD and figure out
get a kinesiology degree.
Yeah, exactly. So De'Aaron Fox 2 years ago had a grade 3, which is a complete detachment of the ligament, a complete sever of the ligament. And so that usually takes 2 to 3 months to heal up. He healed up much, much faster than that, which could have been that they misdiagnosed, that there was partially something was still hanging on and then grew back together faster. But with Terrence, it looked like just a mild roll. He did go right to the locker room, but he went off on his own power, and he went off pretty quickly to the locker room. So I think if it were a different game, it's possible he could have been taped up and come back in, but we'll have to see how he feels.
How glaring for you was Tyrese's absence on Monday?
It's a good question. I mean, I think in the first half, it really wasn't glaring. I thought that was a knockdown, drag out game. I think the Kings would have had their assist numbers. Everything was going so well in the first half. And then, basically the break, somebody pulled the e-brake on him in the middle of, to start the third, and it just looked horrible. Now, Halliburton could have been someone who came in or could have been someone who started that quarter and had it go a different way. But I don't really know that we know. I think his passing ability is huge. His ability to create for others, create for himself is huge. He really has been playing extremely well. He's been getting a bunch of steals. He's kind of like your secondary assist guy, but I think it also allowed De'Aaron Fox a little bit more time to take over and run the show. And I think that was a good thing. I even think, people will disagree with me here, but midway through the fourth, when Luke put Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox back in the game, I thought to myself, I'm glad. Harrison had a few games where he didn't look fully himself, and his shooting numbers, as far as his volume of shots, has been way down. And then, of course, Fox has had his struggles. I wanted to see them get out there and just run. Just go out there and forget about everything else, and just remember that you're playing the game of basketball, and go have a good time and go try to put up some points. And next thing you know, they climbed right back in that game. But I thought it was a really good thing to see that happen, and, to see them have some success and make a game out of it. And then, of course, those guys are some of the reasons why you lose in the end with Fox. And I think, Harrison didn't miss. Harrison had the charge call, which was probably the biggest play of the game, because it would have cut the lead to nothing. And Harrison, he would have gone to the line for an and one. And then Fox missed the 2 free throws. Fox misses Chimezie Metu on that last second play, which was run for Chimezie Metu to be wide open for a lob, and Fox just missed it. And that's possible that he was watching to see if Buddy or Harrison were going to break loose. And then by the time he got it to Chimezie had already come away from the basket and it was too late. So like just the little things that they're missing here. Again, it was, I think Harrison and De'Aaron, for as good as they were to help get the team back in the game, they were also part of the reason why they lost again.
James, I don't know how you feel about this. I'm interested to get your thoughts, and you might disagree, but I've seen, this whole thing working with De'Aaron Fox or trying to work with him, and a lot of people, saying, this is good and you can get off the ball. And he mentioned, I can get off the ball, and some of these guys can bring the ball up. I was infuriated in the third quarter when things were just going to hell in a handbasket, and De'Aaron just very passively would give the ball to Davion Mitchell, let him bring it up, and De'Aaron would go run into this corner. And you contrast that with what he looked like in the fourth quarter when he had the ball in his hands and he was the one pushing and initiating the offense. I'm convinced De'Aaron Fox, to be anything close to what we think he could be or what we expect him to be, he needs the ball in his hands. I'm ready to get rid of the experiment of other people bringing it up and doing all this other stuff. De'Aaron Fox, when he's out there, he needs to be the main facilitator and then initiator of the offense. And to that point, I trust the ability and the IQ of somebody like Tyrese Halliburton to be able to continue to be effective off the ball and still find ways to be effective more than I trust maybe De'Aaron Fox's ability to be effective off the ball. What do you say about that when I say it's maybe time to scrap the whole let other people bring the ball up, keep the ball in De'Aaron's hands as much as possible?
Well, I've said this from the opening of the season. I don't want to see a moment of the game where either De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, where both of them are out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
There should, in my opinion, those two, one of them has to be on the court for the entire 48 minutes. Like, I don't want to see a moment where Buddy Hield is your primary ball handler or where Davion is your primary ball handler. I mean, maybe 2 years from now, maybe next year, like I can see Davion taking some of that load. But I still think that, number one, he's a really good off the ball scorer. Davion is. He's a guy who, played in an offense with basically 3 point guards at Baylor. And I think Ty also had to share point guard duties in the last couple of years, when he was at Iowa State.
He was with THT, wasn't he? Didn't they play together?
Yes. Yeah. So, another ball dominant player.
Right.
So I think that for me, De'Aaron is still trying to adjust to being a secondary, guy in some of those playing off the ball. I think he can do it, but I want to see more and more like what you're saying of De'Aaron Fox just taking over and being the guy. I don't think it always works so, just because Fox isn't a natural pick and roll guy. He's a decent pick and roll point guard, but he's not like a spectacular pick and roll point guard. So, but basically by saying, hey, De'Aaron's only going to be the guy, then you're kind of taking Rashawn Holmes out of the game. And so that's one concern. I love Tyrese Halliburton playing off the ball because I think he's a much better catch and shoot 3-point shooter than he is a guy off the dribble. So like, I think there's still some adjustments that have to happen here, but we're still looking at like how many different like types of 3-guard sets are there? How many, like, who's going to play the 4 in this lineup? And like, I think Walton is still trying to figure out how all of the pieces fit together. And, that makes sense because we're 11 games into a season. But at a certain point, I also like when Walton goes, okay, look, we're going 8 men, maybe even 7 tonight, and we're going to strip this thing down. We're going to go for the win. Like, there's not going to be like time on the court where we're all trying to meld together. This is go time. I got to get off to a good start on a 4-game road trip. I cannot fool around with lineups. I need to go for the win tonight to set this thing up the right way. And so I think it's a balancing thing that he's trying to do. And you just don't know, again, how you're talking about a team who made 22 3-pointers one night and shot 37% from the floor the next night. A team that one night out rebounds their opponent, another night loses by 20, loses a rebound battle by 20. there is no consistency with almost anything that we're seeing, except for, I think, effort.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the consistency so lost? Is that just a product of the team? Is it? You mentioned all of the different combinations, the 3-guard combinations. Is it a product of that? Guys are in different roles. Buddy's in a different role. Tyrese is in a different role.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the roles, right? So even if you have, a core guy, a core group of like 5 or 6 players that were here last year, almost all of them are playing different roles. Buddy Hield's coming off the bench. De'Aaron Fox is learning how to play with Tyrese, another true point guard. Even though they played together last year, they had a lot of overlap, and Halliburton always deferred to Fox last season. And so you're just having these different players have different roles. I think Harrison is playing way more 4 than he did in the past years, which means he's got to be a better rebounder. He's got to be a back to the basket guy when things go south, to get that easy basket. So I think that a lot of it is just different roles. And then you're peppering in Davion, you're peppering in Alex Lynn, and Tristan Thompson, and even Mo Harkless, who wasn't there, but like the last 26 games, and a lot of the starters missed the last 10 games of the season. So he had a really small taste with those guys. So I think what we're looking at is the byproduct of some of that, but at some point the excuses have to go away and you just have to start playing. And I think this team, again, like the schedule didn't do them any favors. It was brutal to start. The first 8 games were, I think, the most difficult schedule in the league. And now we get to a point where you're looking at 4 road games, and they're road games. It's the NBA. It's tough to go out on the road and win. But the Kings, if they don't win 3 of these 4, it's a disaster, in my opinion. And I think that they should win all 4 if that's who they want to be. If this is sort of a put up or shut up moment. Like, I get it. You just faced, like, people want to scream and yell, but you just faced Indiana, who has an all-star big man and another really good big man and some really nice players all around on a Sunday. And you came back and played the Western Conference champs the next night on the second night of a back-to-back, and you lost. And you lost by a total of what, like 8 points or 7 points between the 2 games. So now it's like, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway, but the way this 4-game road trip plays out, I mean, it's San Antonio, OKC, Detroit, and Minnesota. None of these teams are, I think their combined record is like 10-26. They're not good. And so, and you have breaks between every game. They even have a 2-day break. It's a 4-game, but I think 8 or 9 day road trip, which is just unheard of. And this is where you need to get right.
We're going to come back. We're going to talk more about that schedule with 1320 Kings insider James Ham. We're going to talk more about the game tonight. You've said some things in the past about Buddy Hield and that bench, and I think we might have seen it in action against Phoenix. So we'll dive into that. We're going commercial free to the top of the 4 o'clock hour when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, clear.
The dogs are like, hey. What's going on?
Every day, these poor baby, like they think it's 10 minutes to dinner time or 15 minutes to dinner time. And
damn it, Damien.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Oh, you didn't see them? No, they're right. They came in and they were right next to me.
Oh, gotcha. The dog started barking as soon as I came on upstairs. So,
oh, I don't think we've heard them.
Yeah,
I'll always assume it's the dog out. There's a dog outside that barks a lot.
I have a golden and I have a pug. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I have 2 yellow labs.
I'm just looking at the like the chat, and I'm just gonna
dangerous.
Like
dangerous.
I know it's danger, Will Robinson. Yeah, I got you. And I want to clarify one thing. The room from Steve Brown. Rumors Vlade didn't interview anyone else before signing Luke. Okay, so you are correct that he did not interview anyone else that time. But when he went to interview before they hired Yeager, he did I think he had 12 different coaches that he brought in, including like 6 of them he brought in for second or third interviews. And before he could make his final decision, Jaeger's people leveraged him out of Memphis, and he was let go on a Friday, was in Sacramento on a Saturday, and signed on the dotted line on Sunday, and none of that had anything to do with Vlade. So sometimes when you know who you want, you just hire him. And so I get it. But, Vlade and Luke had a long-standing relationship. Luke had ties with Steve Kerr. And so that's, the Vivek connection there. So maybe you're right. He didn't interview a bunch of coaches, but at the same time, that happens all the time in the league. I mean, didn't Minnesota fire their coach like in season and then hire another guy later that night that was outside the organization and give him like a 4-year contract? Like, that's not what happened here. And I'll also say this, like, we started hearing Luke Walton's name around the All-Star break that year with Jaeger still there. I mean, it was a foregone conclusion that
was embarrassing.
Was not going to be back with the Lakers, and that he was probably just, jumping into one new job right afterwards. So,
it became uncomfortably apparent in those final, and I'm not remotely as connected as you are. The final 4 weeks of the season, it became really very obvious Dave was gone.
Oh yeah. No, that was
Dave was not going to be back.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is weird.
Yeah.
It's like everyone knows.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, Dave actually had told me that year before opening night, he said, "What do I got? 20 games?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Dude, like I'm done. I'm cooked." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I got 20 games." And then at 20 games, I think they're 11-9. And he's like, well, I'm winning. So what are they going to do now? And then the Chris Haynes Yahoo Sports report came out right then. It game 22, 23 when the Kings were winning. Yeah. And it was like, are you kidding me? Yeah.
Do you think Jaeger gets another job?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's been the lead assistant under Doc Rivers for 2 years. He does have some rehabbing to do of just the basic. You don't want to be a retread, and you want to go out and expand who and what you are. And I'll also say this, like I like Dave. We get along really well. But I get along with just about anybody. And he did not get along with everybody, that's for sure. But I think Dave, I saw him maturing, even though he's I think he's a year older than me. That doesn't mean everyone matures at different ages. I got married, I was 24.
Hang on, James. Sorry, we're coming back. When I say it's a whole different show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320, I mean, it's a whole different show. You get some nuggets over there you might not get on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM.
No matter, you gotta tap in.
No matter where you're listening, we appreciate you listening. But James was holding court there in that last commercial. James started responding to chat messages and opened up with some knowledge there. Talking about some previous regimes and some. Is it okay to tease your next podcast?
Oh, yeah.
I talked to James earlier today. I saw the tweet that you got a conversation coming up with Sam Amick of The Athletic, who just talked to Monty McNair on a recent episode, the latest episode of the Tampering podcast over at The Athletic, and you told me it was a little spicy.
Yeah, okay, so first and foremost, Sean Cunningham stuck around. We decided, so I like to do an early morning Tuesday podcast, so usually I record on Monday, and then now I'm going to do a Thursday podcast because I think people get tied up on Fridays, and it's just not a good day to do it.
We can confirm.
Yeah. So, the problem was that we had back-to-backs, and with Sean's duties, my duties, we couldn't do a podcast on Monday night after the game because that would have been like, 1 o'clock in the morning. We're sitting around. So we did it on Tuesday, but we both had things going on. We got around noon. I'd already talked to Amick about coming on. And Amick has been on my podcast maybe like 15 times over the course of the last decade, at least. I would say at least. And anyway, like me and Sean got done, and then Sam hit me up on the same line. So Sean stuck around, and people like the media world in Sacramento, we're a very tight group. We all have, we've all been doing this for a long time, for the most part. So guys like Sam was a beat writer for the Sacramento Bee. And him and Sean have been friends forever. They both are like Elk Grove people, although Sean doesn't live there anymore. We all have ties, like whether it's like Marty McNeil, the late great Marty McNeil, or we all like worked with Aileen Boisson like in the media area for a decade. So to have Sam join me and Sean, I thought was really cool because Sean is an absolutely spectacular interviewer as well as a very good interviewee.
Mhm.
And so I thought it like let us play off each other, and it's really, really brutally honest. We have no reason not to be brutally honest all the time, but sometimes things lead you down a path, or like I had listened to Amick's podcast with Monty McNair, and I thought it was excellent.
Mhm.
It's just that Monty doesn't give you a ton. That's kind of the way he works. But there were little tidbits in that discussion that like set me off. Like that made me think, hey, like we're going to discuss this and I'm not going to hold back, because I don't get some of the things. Like I get why some of the things were said in there. But when I hear a general manager say that the Marvin Bagley situation is a coaching decision, and that's not going to be that's not the end of the story there.
Mm.
I mean, that's an organizational decision. What's happening with Marvin Bagley? That's
Yeah.
not strictly just a coaching decision. Like, oh, he doesn't fit. Like it's all part of a giant package. And if that's true, then if Monty McNair goes and gets blown up by an agent the day before the season, then like that's a difficult discussion with Luke. Like, hey, Luke, did you see I just got blown up because of your coaching decision? So
Right.
that's what I mean. Like, it's not as simple as, oh, that's a coaching decision and this is a general manager decision. So we had some really honest discussions about things like that. About, Vivek, overall.
I Googled the article, by the way.
Oh, did you?
I pulled up the
Yeah.
old I remember reading this in real time. James did you did a sit down. This all tie in together after
Yeah.
Mike Malone was fired, and there's a reference in here that I was like, oh, okay, that's what James was referring to. This is very interesting.
Alarm bells. So again, when I'm listening to a podcast like that, I'm not like, I get that most people get done with it. And some people are like, oh, I've never heard Monty before. Oh, I don't know Monty that well. This is cool. I got to learn more about him. There are other people who are like, okay, that was like an hour of him like dodging. And it was like, okay, because Monty's really good at that. And I don't blame him for being really good at that. And he's new to what he's doing, the position where he's out in front of things. And so he doesn't like to reveal a lot. But there are little things that happen during a podcast, the Marvin Bagley thing. And then Monty off the cuff mentioned that Vivek likes a jazz band leader. And when they fired Michael Malone, I was at Arco like the next day for a game, and I ended up getting Vivek for a one-on-one sit down, like in his really strange little lounge. Which was like all like white leather seats, and it was like all like mood lighting. It was very strange. And for people like who are in the media world, they decided to take our old media room at Arco and convert it into like our dining room, convert it into like a club for the owners, because there wasn't an owners club at Arco when Vivek bought the team. So Vivek had them like build out this section of new media section, which was spectacular. It ended up being like a dining / workroom that was spectacular. But hiding behind the old like cafeteria area at Golden One, where we all would go in and get dinner every night, there was a workroom. And so that workroom, they basically walled in, cut a hole on the side of it, and that's where Vivek's private lounge was. Anyway, to make this long story, we come drawing this out yet again. But to make it short,
you really set the scene though with you and Vivek in the moonlighting with the white leather.
I was like,
yeah.
wait, Vivek
So I get led into this room.
Kenny's about to redecorate his house now.
Yeah, it was pretty swanky. It was pretty cool. It's not my style, but I had it was at least 15 or 20 minutes. And what came out of that was like so stunning to me that I had no choice but to run it as a Q&A. Like I set it up because they had just fired Malone, I think the day before. But then when I rolled into what the conversation was, I like transcribed the entire thing because I don't think there's any other way to do it justice. And it went straight to ESPN. Like at that point, I worked for ESPN True Hoop. And I hit my bosses up and I said, I've got this. And they're like, okay, we'll take that. And I sent it. It was probably, I don't know, 1,500 words. But in that, he specifically says he fired Malone because he didn't want a Sousa band leader. He wanted a jazz band leader. And that is, what is it, 2000? I mean, all the years running together.
Can I read you the quote directly?
Yeah, go for it.
I like to use a music metaphor. We had a Sassoon marching band, which was needed when there was chaos. But now we need to shift to a jazz band where people can be individually showcased and improvised. What we need is a jazz director. I think that's the kind of leadership moving forward. That's the direct quote. So, and you laid all of the stuff about chaos was all laid out before that quote.
All of it laid out before, right? So that is the quote. When and what year is that piece?
2014.
2014. So fast forward 7 years. When I hear that used again from a new general manager, I hear that jazz band quote used again when that literally was the darkest time in my like this is my 12th season. That stretch of games where they fire Malone, we go straight to Ty Corbin, which was unfortunately for Ty, it was not his fault. That is where the quote from Rudy Gay, where he calls Sacramento basketball hell, all of it comes, and then George Karl, all of that time frame, anything from that era, you can't use it again. And and when I hear a general manager mention that he wants that jazz band leader, it teed me off. And like, so I was pretty honest about it on the podcast.
Let Amick have it.
I didn't let Amick have it. Well, I mean, like I set it up like I have here, but that's part of like the conversation where it's like, look, it's no hold bar now. I mean, like, look, I just don't understand how you can use that again. And like, I told my wife about this too. I was actually in a marching band when I was young, and we were really, really good. I went to Lyman Gilmore in Grass Valley, California. We won the Macy's Christmas Parade. We actually won the Presidential Award, where we beat all the college bands. And we were really, really good. The Woodland Christmas Parade, all of the parades we did. There is nothing wrong with having a band leader as your guy. Those teams win. If you want to go, we're going to see the Kings go up against the San Antonio Spurs. If you think that Greg Popovich isn't a Sousa band leader, that every single thing they do is practiced and practice and practice, and everything is like clockwork. The Utah Jazz destroy you because they are clockwork. So there is something to being free form and having freestyle and all that stuff that you get from a jazz band, which I was also in a jazz band, but there's something to like respect what you're seeing around the league. Like you're 15 years without a playoff appearance. And of that 15 years, we're talking we're 8 years into Vivek. Like that's on you. Like those 8 years, that's on you. And so like, I just would hope that they would learn that may have been what set me off more than anything else. Just like, it cannot be the same thing. We cannot be dealing with the same things behind the scenes. So there you go.
Guys,
tremendous.
Fabulous. You guys remind me, write it down, Damien. Luke Walton. I want to ask him something about Luke Walton. But you talked about what do they call it? A Sousa band?
Yeah.
Sousa band and a jazz band. I was in neither band. So I don't know that much about it, but just hearing the two, it feels like if you want a jazz band, you need top talent all around, and let the top talent do what the top talent does. If you don't have that top talent, you probably want a marching band, because you need everybody to be locked in unison to compensate for what you don't have with a sax player or somebody that plays whatever instrument is in a jazz band. And it's interesting. I'm hearing all that. Maybe they're trying to acquire this top talent, but they don't have the top talent right now to be in a jazz band. They probably need a marching band right now.
Yeah. And I'll say this. I love jazz. Number one, I totally dig jazz. But like, if you're in a marching band, like you have your guy out in front that's spinning around the baton and flipping it up, and then you have a whole group of rifle people like that are spinning around wooden rifles, and then you have your flutes and your clarinets and your saxophones and your trumpets and your baritones and your drum section. Each of those have a first chair, a second chair, a third chair. Each of those people are really good at what they do, but the key is that it only works if an entire group of people are in lockstep, that they all believe in the same things, that they're supporting each other, that someone who walks around with cymbals, who gets to clang his cymbals one time in an entire song, but he's ready for that one moment. That's what you're talking about. That's that was
Chimezie Metu under the basket against Phoenix. That was his chance to clang the cymbals.
It was his chance to clang the cymbals. And I'll tell you, just because the comments are here, I played the trumpet for years, and then I also switched over, I think when I was in 8th grade, and played the baritone, which is, I did not play the tuba. The tuba is way too big for me at that point. I was like less than 5 foot tall, and I did not weigh 100 pounds in 8th grade. So a tuba I would not have made it wearing a full uniform with a gigantic cap with a tassel out the top and everything else. But yeah, like that's just like, it gives me almost like anxiety that's something that's still talked about, that, and that was my point to the whole thing. Like, I get it. You can like all kinds of music, and there's all kinds of good stuff out there, but like, this is basketball. Like, get the right people, put them in place, get out of the way, let them do their jobs. Either you fail or you succeed, and then you move on to the next group if they fail.
Go subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from, KC.
There's also, I want to go all this. There's a lot going on right here. I love this. There's a lot going on right here. I want to get back to Monty McNair too, but you mentioned,
write it down.
There, thank you. That's my man.
Monty McNair.
You mentioned Luke Walton, and you mentioned what was it? Oh, coaching decision. And in that interview, said it was a coaching decision. I had a little bit of a trigger there, where it goes back to Nemanja Bjelica and how Luke had to wear that one. And I'm trying to find a better analogy right now. And I want to see if you feel like this is what's going on with it. It sure does feel like Luke is standing in front and taking a lot of bullets right now for things that may not even be so, like, it's coming off as solely his decision. Marvin Bagley, that's a coaching decision. Nemanja Bjelica, before we found out what happened, it was, Luke, why aren't you playing Bjelica? Why aren't you doing? And Luke just said, it's a personal, he's going through something personal. He didn't ever say he quit. and said he refused to play. He had to wear it and say, well, Luke's an idiot for not playing. He's got a guy like Bielitsa there not playing him. It feels like Luke is taking a lot of bullets right now. Is that right or wrong?
I mean, this season specifically, I don't feel that so much. I think that with me, I just circled the Marvin Bagley situation and I put it to the side. And like people ask me about it on Twitter all the time. I got emails about it this week. It's just, to me, like there's no reason to update it. It is what it is. I mean, like the story's told, the story's written. Like if you want to know, go to the Kings Beat, and it's the first article I wrote. You can read the Marvin Bagley situation. Nothing has changed at all. So you got 16 guys who all want to be in Sacramento, and one guy who demanded a trade. And like this group is moving together as a group together. They want to be here. They want to play together. They want to win. They want to make the playoffs. Buddy Hield has bought in. All these guys have bought in. That's it. That's the end of the day. And, you know, when it comes to the Bielitsa situation, I'll even tell you that I don't even know if it's a Bielitsa situation, because there was someone else. Bielitsa got put on ice because the Kings were going to let Marvin Bagley either, you know, sink or swim. That's why he got put on ice. Now, to me, this situation, it's more like Jabari Parker. It's just like, hey, you're under contract. Like, we're not going to play you. It is what it is. Like, they do not believe that Marvin fits what they're doing right now and that he can help them win games. And it's not that Marvin's a horrible player. And I think that Marvin can have a great career. And I think Marvin can go somewhere else and find success. He can't find success in this style of offense. And with this team, there's too much baggage. So yes, Luke is taking some of the heat on that, but I mean, I'll just tell you, I covered the Sacramento Kings through 2 full-blown relocation attempts, and they left Paul Westphal hanging in the wind, where Jeff Petrie vanished. The Maloof brothers did a disappearing act, and they left their head coach standing in front of it every single night, fielding questions about something he had nothing to do with and knew nothing about, and a city that he was working in there, but another city that he had coached and played in and loved in Seattle. It was about as hard as possible. So as far as coaches having to sit there and own something, this is like child's play. It is. I mean, coach having to stand there after some of the things that happened during the DeMarcus Cousins era, or the Rondo era. You know, this franchise has had a tough time avoiding these situations through historically. And so like what Luke is dealing with right now, to me, it's not that bad. And I would much rather be Luke Walton this year with at least a full roster than last year, where like, how do you walk into post game and like, well, what happened there? Well, I only have 6 players, and but you can't say that, you know, like I don't have the depth to compete. Like, how do you say that without saying it? It is my starting shooting guard is playing for the Atlanta Hawks, you know? So like, that's where he was last year. I think in this situation, he's in a much better situation this year. And I think it works. Like, I think he's doing all right with it.
I agree.
Well, let's shift to the controversy of Buddy Hield. There's no controversy. I didn't know how to segue. I was trying to make it cute. We ended our last conversation Monday. None of us thought Buddy Hield was going to get the start. I think one of the things we said before you left us was this could be the day that Davion Mitchell gets his first start. He didn't. Obviously, Buddy did. And we saw 2 things there. And I remember you specifically, James, said, you know, we were talking about the struggles of Terrence Davis, and you said, you know, Buddy sucks the air out of that second unit because he wants to get that shot. He wants to find that shot, and he has the green light to get that shot. And then we saw Buddy put in the starting lineup and Terrence Davis have his best game of the season.
Yeah, I didn't tell you that. I mean, I think I've said that before, right? Like, I think it's very possible that Buddy's just kind of sucked the air out of the second unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like you see Terrence, and he has this moment, and it's like, once the first shot goes down, and it's like Terrence Davis hit his first 3. That's huge. And then boom, 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 boom. I mean, he had 11 points like in the first quarter. And then when things spun out, I mean, he wasn't able to come in and replicate what he was doing early on, but he was also, then he ended up rolling his ankle and all that stuff. I just think it's hard like that. We're early in the season. You got a lot of scoring options, a lot of guys who that's where they've made their name for themselves. And then you're asking them to like acquiesce to this team concept that you hope works out. And then for them, I would just point to Friday night and say, okay, if everyone wants to shoot, everyone wants to score, everyone wants to have a good time, let's just do what we did on Friday. Let's just roll up some team. And that like the crazy thing is they absolutely like got it going against Charlotte and their pace went down. Like, how do you score 140 points in a game and have your pace go down? It's just crazy. It's because you were efficient. And that's what this
65%.
Yeah. They've got to figure out how to be efficient.
Yeah. Luke Walton with the dealing with the injuries to Tyrese Halliburton and now Terrence Davis. I thought going into that game on Monday that they should go with anybody but Buddy Hield, and that's not a knock on him. It was he seemed to find the comfort level coming off the bench, really starting to embrace it and everything. I didn't want to mess that up. I don't want to get him, any false hope that, oh man, maybe if I play well and somebody goes down, I can get back to being a starter. No, buddy, you're not going to be a starter. You're going to be a sixth man. We want you to excel at that. And I would have started either Terrence or Davion Mitchell. Is there any indication that after that game on Monday, maybe he's like, maybe we can get better production out of Buddy coming off the bench, and tonight and moving forward, if Tyrese can't go, that they will go with maybe Davion in that starting lineup?
I think Luke is looking at comfort levels, and instantly that the comfort level with Fox and Hield is there. They've played together a lot over the last 4 seasons. And so I think that's why he did what he did. And I also in the back of my head, they tried the Terrence Davis thing one other time and it didn't help. And he got deeper in his funk. Mm-hmm. And so I think, well, Buddy knows how to fit in. Maybe this is an opportunity for us to get Terrence going. And so let's go ahead and do it. I think it does. You always worry about the quarterback controversy, right? That's what we're kind of talking about here. Yeah. Are we going to have people second guessing whether Tyree should come off the bench or Buddy should come off the bench? Who should start, who shouldn't? So there is going to be a little bit of that. But if I would also say you look at, it's not usually just one game. It's I would rather have a seasoned pro that knows what he's doing going up against Devin Booker than run Davion out there and hope that he can hang with Devin Booker. And actually, Buddy did a good job, and the Kings did a good job on both Booker and Chris Paul, which I don't know if you guys caught that, but Chris Paul did every unnatural move in the book and got all the foul calls. Oh. That was so frustrating to watch. He did the loop up and under and grab twice on Davion. I don't get why the league does what they do, where sometimes it's called fair, and then you're looking at Damian Lillard, who's down 5 free throw attempts on the season per game. So yeah, again, I think Luke probably looked at Monday's game and said, okay, I got Booker here. And then he looked at Wednesday's game and said, okay, if Halliburton can't go on Wednesday, I'm probably going to roll with the same. I'm going to come back with Buddy again, just because you're looking at bigger, stronger shooting guards in San Antonio as well. So I think there's a little bit of that goes into it, and even OKC, okay, who's going to defend Shea? How am I going to do this? So you're looking out a couple of games saying, let's get some continuity. Let's try something. Let's get a guy who's really struggling some more minutes, but off the bench, not in a pressure situation where he's not going to have to fit into the starting lineup. He's going to be able to come in and do what Buddy does and just chuck away. And I think that's how you they snap Terrence Davis out of his slump.
James, you mentioned a few moments ago you don't really put any stock into that fourth quarter. Like the game was over midway through the third, like which also coincidentally is when I think the Kings scored their first point of the second half was somewhere around midway through the third. Mm-hmm. But what do you think Luke Walton's mentality was entering that fourth quarter? Like we saw, I think we saw Damian Jones and Chimezie Metu come in, and then we saw De'Aaron Fox come back in with about 8 and some change left or so. Do you think the mentality was that let's make a run for 3, 4, 5 minutes, see what we could do? If we can't do anything, I'll get you guys out of there?
Yeah, it was, can we get it down to 10? That Luke said it in post game. He said, can we get it down to 10? And De'Aaron said, can we get it down to 12? Like that was their mentality.
I remember De'Aaron said that, and they did. Like the next time out, they were down to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was what it was. It was like, can we do something here? Can we make a little run that leads us to believe that we could do a bigger run, that we could reel these guys in? I think the other thing was, can we make them put their starters back in? Because if we do that, then we're on to something, you know, because that's a good thing. So now you're taking a bunch of guys who have been sitting around for 10, 12, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes with timeouts and quarter breaks and all that stuff.
They thought their night was over.
They're mentally out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's,
on the bench, they were kicking back. They thought the night was over.
Yeah. And that's what you were trying to do there. I mean, he brought De'Aaron in with Jemias, and Jemias got like a minute and a half because it was like, oh, maybe we are onto something. And so he went back to what they were trying to, you know, what was working. And I like Chimezie Metu and Damian Jones. We got to see so much of them down the stretch last year. I'll just say this team is so much deeper than it was last year. And these guys haven't even got to play. They're not bad NBA players. I mean, they can be on a bench for almost any team. I think they might not be, you know, guys who get in the game for any team, but I still think that these are competent players that have been working their butts off all summer, and you got to get them some burn here and there.
Yeah. One thing that I'm looking at right now with the Sacramento Kings, and I mentioned it earlier to Damian, and I want to see if maybe you can gauge where the players are, where Luke is with this. The sense of urgency, like now, right? To take advantage of a road trip that, once again, like you said, no disrespect, it's on the road, or NBA players or whatever the case may be, but you don't always get road trips like this. Typically, you got like a San Antonio, Dallas, Oklahoma City when they were good or whatever. You don't usually get a quick little 4-gamer. It's a few days, but 4-gamer against teams with a record like this. Is there a sense of urgency? I know it's one game at a time, but to take advantage of this and to really, all right, we got out of that rough spot to start the season, essentially a 500. Now's where we make our move in the early part of the season to establish that, hey, we're going to be here all year. Is it, or are they just kind of just the next game or something like that? How do you think?
No, they see this. They see this as their opportunity. And if they don't, then I don't know what to say. Like, to me, this is it. This is your chance to come back. Like, what is it? 4 games. So they would be 8-7 if they went 3-1, or, you know, you can come back 9-6. This is your chance, because the schedule gets way tougher when you come home. And they have this really weird schedule where they have like so many home games, and then like for, I think it's 11 out of 12 or 12 out of 13 where they play in the state of California, and almost all of them are at home, but they're like one off to Golden State, or one off to LA. I mean, so they have an opportunity, but the schedule is tough. You got like Clippers twice, Lakers twice. You're going to get Memphis. You're going to, like, it's not going to be like a cakewalk. So this is one of those segments where you've already lost 2 in a row. Last season, you lost 9 in a row twice. So you don't even want to hit that 3-game mark. Like, let's not go there. Let's end it now. Let's start something positive. Let's take it one day at a time, but one day at a time, where we're playing, you know, a bunch of 3-win teams, and I think one 1-win team. You know, this is a moment where if you don't take advantage of this 4-game stretch, then you've made a huge error.
And James, real quick, David, James, I know what you talked about maybe about a week and a half ago about, getting these upset games, right? Getting the Pelicans beating the Lakers or something like that. Yeah, get the Lakers with a loss that maybe you didn't expect. I'm off that. Okay. I want these bottom 5 teams to just sink to the bottom now. Because the way things are right now, like you're in the play-in. And I think this is essentially these 10 teams in the standings. It's essentially what it should be. And you got an opportunity. I know it's just one game, but put another loss on OKC. Put another loss on Minnesota. Put a loss on San Antonio. And I'm ready for those bottom 5 teams in the West to start sinking right now. They need to lose as much as possible. You can help that out.
I get you. I think the Kings need to beat them. One of their losses need to be the Kings. Especially, I think put away the Pelicans now. Like, what are they, 1-10, something like that? 1-9. You put them away now, then you don't have to worry about what happens when Zion and Brandon Ingram and
who's out again tonight, by the way.
Yeah, when they get healthy, you don't have to worry about that anymore. So you just run these guys over right now. And the same thing, like San Antonio, this is the one that's always so hard. Because if you lose tonight, then the doubt creeps in.
Yeah,
How many times I would, if I'm this Kings team, I remember what happened game 1 of the bubble when you walked in and you overlooked San Antonio and you got absolutely destroyed and it crushed everything. This is a game where if you don't come in ready to play and ready to handle somebody, then that's on you. This is not a great team. It's not a veteran team. They don't have Jakob Portal. And this is not a great team that you should fear.
James, you got to go. You got to go talk to Luke Walton and get ready for the game here today. And we'll see you back here Friday.
Yep.
All right, James, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. 1320 Kings insider James Ham right there headed over to the press conference to take part in that Luke Walton's media availability. And then, of course, he'll be back with us on Fridays. We get ready for another game. Just a quick note, if you want to put your vote in, watching the results of this poll have just been fascinating. It's been so much fun. We'll give you the final results of that poll in just a heartbeat, KC. But before we do, we got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. The Spurs are 3-7. KC, we talked about this earlier. One thing that they're going to do, though, they're going to play defense. They're going to play well defensively. And this game is more likely to wind up closer to that Pacers game than the Hornets game. And it might not be quite as low scoring as that Pacers game, but it's not going to be 140 like we saw with the Charlotte Hornets. So maybe the scoring is going to be lower, but efficiency needs to be higher. You heard James Ham talk about that just a moment ago. Get the ball moving around again and reward that ball movement. The assist barometer is normally around 30 plus. Kings are winning. Kings are averaging 23.5 assists per game this season. They're averaging 25.5 in their wins. Now, that average is brought down just a little bit from the Pelicans game where they only had 19 assists. But you get the idea. The more assists, the better. Give me 27 assists tonight. Top your average of 25.5, and the Kings are winning this game.
Yeah, man. I look at what De'Aaron Fox can do. And getting a bit of a fresh start on the road here with this road trip. I want to see De'Aaron Fox get 25 or more points tonight. And I think if he does that, it's going to jumpstart that first unit. It's going to jumpstart the starters, and they're going to get started the right way, and it's going to lead to a Kings victory. So
we'll make it easy. 26 plus assists and 26 plus from De'Aaron, and the Kings get the win right there. Keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. We asked you over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, who is the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings?
Hear this.
34% say Harrison Barnes.
Ooh.
33% say De'Aaron Fox. There was a brief moment where Georgia went blue and De'Aaron had the lead. But after a handful more of votes, De'Aaron Fox falls just a bit behind. Harrison Barnes, 34%. De'Aaron Fox, 33%. Tyrese Halliburton, 20%. And Rashawn Holmes finishes with 13.
Arizona
is the most
Arizona
irreplaceable
was looking
player.
good when we had 25% of the votes in. It was looking good. And it just went, well, it didn't go left. It went right.
I could not wait to tell you, because I was watching this. I could not wait to tell you that De'Aaron had passed him up. But then some more votes came in, and Harrison Barnes.
That's a great poll. That was a great poll. Those are the results that you're looking for, right?
That's what I'm looking for. That's the thinking. I like it. And I'm thinking the Kings' victory will make for a very fun show tomorrow. So let's hope for that. But win or lose, we'll be back tomorrow on the Odyssey app on 1320 a.m. Win or lose, we'll be back tomorrow on Twitch or YouTube. We appreciate you being with us. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings, Drake bars.
Oh, man, that was fun. That's good stuff right there.
Jewels on y'all, man. James dropping jewels.
Yo, James was money.
Yeah, man.
That was money. Odell watch. What's this say?
Uh-oh.
Odell Beckham Jr. is going to take some time.
Odell.
This is great. Let me read it in its entirety. Excuse me. Indications are that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to take some time to decide on his next team, and that decision is, quote, a few days away.
Oh, my gosh.
Odell Watch 2020.
Odell, like, okay.
I am not retweeting that, Rich.
Is you got released on Friday, I think. You knew what have you been doing for the last 4 days that you need more time?
Yeah.
You got an agent, all this other stuff. You know who's interested. You know what your options are. I don't get it.
Could be. He's waiting for that offer from Kyle.
He did say, come get me years ago. Well, it's like 2 years ago. When he said, come get me to Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, man.
And Jimmy, back when he had juice, was like, hey, we going to work on it, big dog. We going to work. Now Jimmy ain't got no juice.
Jimmy got nothing. Oh, man.
That went over their head, John. They wasn't ready, bro. They wasn't ready. That went over their head, man. I saw you, though. I saw you. They wasn't ready. That's what people say when they say something that doesn't make sense, or, not say that John didn't make sense, but doesn't make sense. Man, that just went over your head, man. Y'all weren't hearing me. No, you just didn't say anything that made sense. It didn't go over my head at all. It was just dumb. But John, no, I saw you. It went over their head.
Appreciate the late arriving crowd for being with us today. We get James is a ratings juggernaut.
He is, man. He's a beast. He's the NFL.
James is the greatest free agent acquisition. And well, what y'all want to talk about? What y'all got in here? I see y'all talking about the webcam.
I don't want to talk about what they were talking about.
Yeah, I ain't gonna talk about that.
With that.
Yeah.
I like my job.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit the thumbs up before you go. I see you've been on that. It's good stuff. Appreciate it. Don't forget.
Trade suggestions.
We're approaching 1.5 on subscribers. Okay, let's go. I said thumbs up, smart ass, not thumbs down.
Steven, I think you got to change your Abby back, bro. You and PPE. I don't know who's talking sometimes.
Where'd Steven go? Steven took his
just the Kings logo right now.
Nah, Steven, bring it back. What was wrong with that?
Yeah, stop hating on yourself. Somebody asked me, am I watching Cade versus Jalen? Yeah, of course I'm gonna check that out.
What's needed for the discount tonight? Just a win. I'll just a freaking win. Just a win. Like the 30 the Hornets discount wasn't playing. They won by 30. I was like, oh, that's easy. That's an easy discount right there. Yeah, but we'll do a discount if they win. For sure.
Are we listening to Shy tomorrow after the Kings win? Kings W.
Ooh. I don't think we're out of love yet. We're not there. I don't think.
I heard that song. Well,
so every day, like while I'm working on YouTube, since our conversation about culture themes, I added I got that sound bar by the TV. I added the subwoofer to it. Like I was just kind of waiting to piece it all together. And I was like, is this a big difference? It's different. It sounds different. And so now every day I'm picking some like random playlist. Yes, like yesterday it was Prince. I was just slamming Prince while working on YouTube downstairs. Living that good life.
Somehow I don't know how I got into Joe and while I was playing him in the car, but I did. Then it made me go down my list of, I went back into the chocolate and mocha mix. Now they're not CDs. You just add continue
playlist. Yeah.
Playlist. And man, I went down the list of some. First of all, because I went to the new school one. I got an old school joint and I got a new school.
Same.
The new school, that boy Chris Brown, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
Boy, so they're classics now. And then also my girl. I don't know but my girl Marsha Ambrosia. That's my girl right there.
Yeah, that's like a love though. That's not Chris Brown level. That's like a love. I mean, Chris Brown, like that's
Marsha.
I'm not. Chris is kind of ridiculous.
The first two albums that Marsha did, she was talking that talk. She was talking that talk. It wasn't even love. It was tonight. She was talking that talk. Yeah, that's my girl Marsha. That's Miss P's. That's her love.
Crazy.
Who you got more, Boogie or Chris Brown?
Ooh,
I think it's Chris Brown.
Ooh, yeah. Somehow he just busted out of it. He just busted his ass right out the block.
BET Awards and he was out.
Yeah,
just cried. They're like, "Oh, Chris, it's okay."
They looked at him like he was stupid too. Like, oh my God, what's wrong with him? Okay, I'll take this. 40% off if the Kings win by 40. I'll go with that. All right with it.
I'm with that.
I'll take that wager. I do love sound. Like I do love sound.
Miss
I
P,
really do.
She's so shook up she couldn't even answer.
She gave it. Hey, who's your favorite, Breezy or Boogie?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know quite. I don't quite know how to answer that.
It's okay, Miss P. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Kyle,
don't
man.
worry about
it. Boy, show me to the subway. I'll go down. About Joe was talking that talk.
I wanna do all
He was talking that talk.
No, it did not. It did not. We'll let that rock a little bit more. Schefter came up because regardless, Schefter. Jesus, man.
Schefter, he's been showing his ass the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, man. No bueno. I hate to leave y'all, but I've got to talk with Danny in San Francisco today.
Shout out Danny in San Francisco.
He don't listen no more. He probably the dude who just hit the thumbs down a second ago. Yeah, he's focused on Sam. It's all right. Like he's probably watching right now, just because he's waiting to see when I sign off because we got a meeting. So, yeah.
Did he? I didn't. Maybe that's what I saw. It says Schefter apologized on NFL Live. Jeez.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
That dude is so here's news though, like real talk. James left us to go join the press conference. Tyrese Halliburton will not play tonight. Now I got James in front of us. I guess we should just start going to these press conferences on the stream. But James Luke did this last time. He didn't name who the starter was going to be. So we might not know that for another.
TD is out
about
an
hour. Terrence Davis is out too?
Yeah, TD's out.
Okay, I missed that. So Terrence is out too. All right.
19 seconds ago.
Oh.
Real quick.
Oh.
Got a drip.
It's just got a little dicier.
Well, you said if you're not there, it's don't matter. 3-1. But I want to address this because he said it twice. Cole, I can't ride with you there.
Yeah, Cole, no, that's stupid. Cole, stop. I was trying to ignore him because I didn't want to put it on the screen and embarrass him. I like Neo. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, no, Neo had about a 2.5 album run where he was doing.
He had heat. Yeah, no, So Sick and Can We, like, he had some heat for sure.
The one I love, Do You.
I mean,
that's a man.
Didn't he do one with Mary? Didn't he do a Do You with Mary?
Oh no,
he did two. I feel like he did.
It might have been a remix. I think
he did. I feel like he did two versions. Danny, he doesn't sound like Luka to me. I make him sound like Vince McMahon for some reason, which he very much does not. God damn it, dude! Get off this live stream and call me. That's not at all what Danny in San Francisco. Oh, okay, all right. Show's over. We'll see y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow. DLoandKC.com. Follow all of the threads there. We see you. Ramsey's still on his game, man. Ramsey's still putting in the Lord's work over there as the moderator. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank y'all for hanging out, man. Sorry we got to cut this short. I got to visit with the boss, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Y'all take care.